Hey team, good evening if you are in IST time zone, and morning or afternoon or maybe night if you are in other time zone. I hope I'm clearly audible to all members. Thank you and welcome everyone back on day two. The day that we had yesterday, me and my colleague were with you in the session. And today is the same. I have my wonderful colleague with me who will be helping us out in case if you have any queries, you can drop that in chat and all the supporting links will be shared in the chat. And let's begin the discussion. I remember yesterday when we stopped, we were in module 5, and the last thing that we discussed was about DynamoDB. If you can confirm, so we talked about storage classes in S3. Then we talked about file system. If I want to share a common location across multiple machine, EFS can help me out. And then we started with databases, would be of type relational, non-relational, RDS being popular. We have different database engines. We talked about that with RDS, right? Where we store the information in form of tables, right? Columns and rows, and we use a SQL as a structure language to retrieve the data. And RDS is one search service available with us and different database engines that it offers that we have seen even in the console for the same. And we talked about Aurora, which is AWS proprietary service, where we have seen that during the Prime Day, it was able to uh, transact 376 billion transactions. And similarly, we also talked about the discussion that an employee need have a coffee shop, need to manage inventory system. What should be used? A data file to be stored in S3 or other services? And we discussed that it's great to use databases or other services rather than using S3 as an inventory system. And then we talked about DynamoDB, which is a non-relational database where we store information in the form of key value pair. And we also talked about it is serverless and it also handled the load in the Prime Day, which was around 146 million requests per second. It was able to handle in the Prime Day of AWS. And this is where we stopped our discussion. I hope all is good till this point. If any query, right from any member, let me know. If all is good, we can move ahead. So all good, team? Awesome. So let's move ahead and just mute. So Abel, any query from your side? I can see you are in unmute mode. So any query? Okay. So let's begin. Let's talk more about now. We understood the databases, right? And relational databases, non-relational databases, right? What's the difference and why we need non-relational databases to handle more number of read and writes. Now, if you already have a database on premise in your office that you want to shift to the cloud, then the service that can help you out in moving a data, in replicating the data from your source location to the target location is a service called as DMS, Database Migration Service. And this service will help you out to migrate your databases, whether it is relational database, whether it's non-relational database. It will help you out to copy the content of your source database to the database in the cloud, right? So we can use DMS as a service that we can utilize to replicate the data from on-premise to cloud. So whenever you see an exam that you need to replicate the data right from your on-premise data center to a cloud. The service that will help you out there is a DMS, database migration service. Once you configure the service, it starts replicating the data from your source database to target database. Okay. Moving out ahead, let's see for the scenario that we have given as an option, which scenario you will use DynamoDB and in which scenario you will use RDS. So we have option on the screen. So if you feel for RDS, what will be the given number that is related to the RDS database? I can write the first value. Number one is related to the RDS. Which other numbers are related to the relational databases? You can mention in the chat, and whatever that remains is for DynamoDB. Great. So I can see for RDS 1, 4, and 6, I get an answer. And whatever remains, which is serverless, NoSQL database where it can handle trillions of transactions per day or requests per day, that's DynamoDB. Okay, so database type which is suitable for the given options there. Right now, let's talk about additional database services as well. We have seen RDS database engines, DynamoDB as well. But as mentioned, AWS provides various different database products. So at any point of time, if we jump to the documentation page of AWS, if I say AWS database products, and there you will find AWS provides a lot of purpose-built databases, right? So relational database we have already seen. We talked about it. Key value pair is DynamoDB. If you require in-memory databases, you have Elastic Cache or Redis. If you need to manage a data warehouse, even in the cloud, you have a Redshift as a database, right? Which will act as a data warehouse service. If you want a MongoDB compatible database, you have DocumentDB, right? You also have Amazon Neptune, which is a graph-based database, which is there. So if you are running a fraud detection application or you are creating a database for social networking, right? In that case, where data is highly correlated, you can use Amazon Neptune as a database. So which database will be useful in which scenario when you come to the documentation page of AWS, you're able to see the use cases and you can select your required database for your work, right? So we have Amazon Neptune, we have QLDB, any database changes that you do there, that is recorded in QLDB, right? Apart from that, we have managed blockchain. We have Elastic Cache for managing the in-memory databases, for managing the cache, and we also have DynamoDB Accelerator. Now, these two services that you see, Elastic Cache and DynamoDB Accelerator, they are used to improve performance of a database by adding a caching layer, right? So these Elastic Cache and DynamoDB act as a cache, and the beauty that you get with the caching layer is you are able to retrieve a data quickly and you don't need to jump to the database for the queries, right? You don't need to jump to the database for the queries. Let me quickly give you the simple example there for the caching part, how it works there, how it looks like. So just give me 1 second to bring the snapshot of a caching there, how it creates a caching layer. So here you can see the caching architecture for Elastic Cache. So instead of querying a RDS every time, which is expensive and also the latency is higher, what we can do, we can cache the data in the subnet, right? Where you have your application, you can create a caching layer. So the beauty that we get, we are able to retrieve the data much faster. We can simply first look out in a cache. If a data is there, you can retrieve quickly. It's a cache hit. And in case of data is not there, then you go to the database to look out for a data. In case if there is a cache miss. So we can create a caching architecture. If we want to use Elastic Cache, we can create this caching layer with Elastic Cache. And similarly, you have DynamoDB DAGs that act as a caching layer, right? That act as a caching layer. And how this looks like, again, let me bring another picture. So here you have seen the caching architecture. I'll quickly take a snapshot of this caching architecture, which is for Elastic Cache. And let me just add it to the screen here, right? And similarly, if I quickly go back and bring my another screen where I have architecture for DAX, which also looks similar. The only change is in the way the caching strategy has been designed there. And here you can see the DynamoDB DAX as a caching layer, right? So instead of sending a request to DynamoDB directly, we have a cache layer in between. And the benefit again that you get there here is your application is always communicating to the DAX cluster, right? So if I need a data, I'll send a request to the DAX cluster. If it is there in the cache, it's a cache hit. And if a data is not there in the cache cluster will take a responsibility, will drive a data from DynamoDB and will give a response to you. So whether it's a cache hit or whether it's a cache miss, you will be able to get a data with a single API call because DAX is managing everything for you, the caching layer, and in case if caching layer does not have a data, to retrieve a data from the database, right? So those two options are there for caching. This is called as inline caching, where everything is handled by the DAX cluster. And this is the one that we have seen before for Elastic Cache. This is called as sideline caching architecture, right? The way it is designed. So first we look in the cache. If it is not there, then we check the response of the cache. If it is a cache miss, then I go to the database and then I look for data in the database. So as a developer, it's my responsibility to see that data is there in the cache or not. If it is not, retrieve the data from the cache. So those two architectures are there. And of course, you can see that here we have to handle two API calls when the cache miss happens. Whereas here, a single API call is sufficient because DAX handles everything for you. So whenever you talk about performance, DAX definitely perform much better, but DAX as a service is only available for DynamoDB database, right? So DAX is a caching service for DynamoDB. We have a limitation that it can be used with DynamoDB, whereas Elastic Cache you can use with any kind of database. You can create a caching layer because you have to manage the entire caching strategies in Elastic Cache. Okay, is the idea clear? Both the architectures, what's the difference? One is sideline and one is inline cache. Awesome. Great. So I'll just remove this particular slide. Just wanted to show you that how this caching improve the performance, right? Moving out, that completes our module. These were a few slides which were remaining yesterday. So let's quickly have a knowledge check. Which Amazon S3 storage classes are optimized for archival data? We need to select two. So in exam, when you go, you might have a question where you need to select multiple answers. So they always specify. So either you have multiple choice. So one of the answer will be correct, or you will have multiple response. where more than one response is correct, and they will always mention the number, how many responses to select, right? So I can see the correct answer appearing in the chat from probably from most members as B and T. So we are talking about archival data that we want to store for longer period of time, right? So whenever you want to store a data for a longer period of time, you want to archive it. It's a Glacier, a storage class that you will use. So I'll take you back again to that storage class that we have discussed. You can see that, right? So if you need to store for archival purpose, you can see the term archive data, archive data, and archive data. So if you're storing data for archival purpose, you just want to store for a compliance purpose for a longer period of time, Glacier is the key. And then depending on the requirements, how quickly you want to retrieve your data, you select the storage class then. Here we simply ask that what is the option where you can archive the data. No comparison, which is more cost efficient, which requires more time. Nothing is there in that case. Both option B and D is correct there. Okay, so a few members selected another option there. I hope the idea is clear why option B and D is correct. In case if you have any query, do let me know. I can answer that. Great. So anyone, any query? All good? And if it is, let's view the next question that we have on the screen. So what is true about EBS volumes? And what is true about EFS volumes? So EBS is Elastic Block Store. So when I launch the EC2 machine, I have shown you that a volume is attached, and we have EFS. If I want to share EFS across multiple machines, right? Common storage location across multiple machines. So I can have machines for high availability in different AZs. So this is in AZ1, this is in AZ2. I can share a common data across these machines via EFS because that's why EFS has been designed. And EBS is similar to the hard disk, right? EBS is similar to the hard disk, right? So we can connect a hard disk, a raw storage, only to a single machine. So EBS as a raw storage is connected to a single EC2 machine. So see that which sentence give you this option, right? Which sentence give you this option, which is correct as per the diagrams that we have on the screen, which is the option that is correct. So I can see answer appearing B. So if I talk about option B there, you can see EBS volume spread data across multiple availability zone, which is not true, right? So B is definitely not the correct answer, right? EBS across multiple AZ is not the correct answer. EBS is in single AZ. So check it out, which is the correct option. I can see few answers now appearing as A. That's right. As I have drawn on the whiteboard itself, in the screen itself, EBS is a raw storage connected to the machine. So wherever your machine is, EBS will be in the same AZ, will be there. In the same subnet, it will be there. So it could be any subnet. So wherever you have machine, there you have your EBS volume, right? So correct answer in that case, option D. Okay, T. Moving out ahead, if all is good, if there is no query, I'll take a pause of 30 seconds. If you have query, I can answer it. If all is good, we'll go to the next question. You can read out the next question to that point.
Only in the previous question, only A option was correct or any other also?
A was correct. Other options are incorrect there because, as I mentioned, EBS is not going across multiple AZ, so this is incorrect. Both EBS and EFS are within AZ. EBS is definitely, but EFS, as I mentioned, it can spread across AZs, right? So this also gets incorrect. And both are spread across multiple AZs, that is also incorrect. So remaining option is A there.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go to the question number 3. A customer want to store a data into a object storage service. So which AWS service should the customer use for this type of storage? So which is the solution for object storage? Correct. I can see that there is no confusion in this, which is S3, which is object storage solution. And that's right. I can see the correct answer appearing, and I can see one answer appeared as C. So C is also a storage solution, but this is block storage solution. Object storage solution is S3. Okay, T. Going out further, which statement best describes DynamoDB? We talked about DynamoDB, right? It's a non-relational database. So which statements describe DynamoDB? Right? It's a non-relational database. It's serverless and it stores information in the form of key value pair. Great. So I can see the correct answers appearing in the chat. Right? So that's option B. Okay. And that completes our module of storage and databases. Few slides were remaining. I'll just stop this module. And till that point, if you have any query, team, let me know. And if all is good, we can start with our next module, which is about security. So all good, team? Can we move ahead? Awesome. Thank you for acknowledgement, Deepak. And let's talk about security, right? So in this module, we'll talk about the services that help us out in securing our architecture in the cloud. So what topics we'll be covering up here? Let's quickly see that. We'll be talking about shared responsibility model of security. If you go to the cloud, we have a shared responsibility model in terms of security. We'll talk about AWS IAM. We'll talk about AWS organization. And also, we'll talk about if you want to get the compliance report, whether the AWS infrastructure is getting audited, you want to view the compliance reports. Even we will see that. And we'll talk about how we can secure the architectures with security services and few additional security services. We'll list it out. So let's begin with a shared responsibility model, our topic A. So whenever we go to the cloud, the security of the cloud is the responsibility of AWS or a cloud provider, right? Security of the cloud, because the entire infrastructure is managed by the cloud provider. So they need to make sure that whatever the services that are getting provisioned to the customers, they are getting provisioned in a secured way, and the infrastructure is running and providing the services to the customer without interruption. And customers are also responsible, but that is regarding the security in the cloud, right? Security in the cloud. So when you use cloud for your services, right? So you use AWS Cloud. So this is what is AWS, right? So you say that, okay, I want to create a VM. No problem, you can create a VM. But once you create a VM, you also have some responsibility to carry out, right? So you will make sure that you update your VM for the patches. You will decide which ports to open, right? Security group we have talked about before in the networking. We can open the port, what traffic should allow, right? So which port you want to open, all those things is your management. What OS you require, all those is your selection, right? So regularly update your machine, patch your machine, and control access who can access that machine, who can start and stop this machine. All this is your responsibility. So if you run some services in the cloud, providing services securely is the responsibility of AWS. Running the services and providing it as a facility to your customer, it's your responsibility to secure it. right? So some of the security is managed by AWS. For some part, you are responsible for managing that security. Okay, so let's understand what's the difference there, right? So for example, you select instance OS, you install application, you configure the firewall switch port to open, you configure security groups, right? All this is your responsibility. Security in the cloud. And security of the cloud is the responsibility of AWS. Make sure the physical servers that AWS has deployed, networking components, all of them are working in the data center and it is secured. No one is going to the data center and tampering it. They are responsible for managing the network infrastructure, hardware and software infrastructure, and even the virtualization layer which they have created to allow the services to run on that virtualization layer. So for this, AWS is responsible. And to understand a little bit more, let's have a simple quiz. So we have again 6 stars available on the screen. What do you feel, which is a responsibility of AWS, which is a responsibility of customers? So you can drop your answer in the chat, responsibility of AWS. So what you feel in the cloud, which is the responsibility of AWS. So you can mention the number, remaining we can consider it for a customer. So what you feel among the 6 options, which is the customer responsibility, which is the AWS responsibility. Okay, so I can see the answer appearing in the chat. 146 is for customer and 324 is for AWS. Awesome. And I can see the number is varying there. So definitely configuring a security group on EC2 instance is the customer responsibility. Patching a software on EC2 instances updates is a customer responsibility. And configuring the permissions for Amazon S3 object, who can access the object, is a customer responsibility. Here we are talking about the components that is managed by customer and remaining maintaining network infrastructure, physical security of a data center, and making sure the virtual machines that you are running in the cloud, they are in a running state. That's a responsibility of AWS. Right? So we have security of the cloud and in the cloud. We are responsible for security in the cloud. Okay, I hope the model is clear, team. Awesome. Let's talk about AWS IAM, identity and access management. Right? Now, whenever you start working with AWS, right, you need additional users to perform the job, right? Because in the cloud, we are running our workload and one person cannot run the entire workload. We require different members. And if we need to grant permission to other members to run the services, to manage the workload, we need to create users, right? So again, we have analogy of a coffee shop. So new cashier joins the coffee shop. So I need to make sure that I create a user for a cashier in my machine so that cashier can log in and can do the activity for which a cashier is there. It can generate the bills. It can record the transactions that what is the sale for the day there. And same as in AWS, once you create an account, you might require multiple members to manage the workload. And there I am as a service, which is identity and access management. This is a service that will help you out to create additional users and as well as granting permission to them. Because if I create a user, what these users will do, right? What they will do, that we need to specify. So to control what a particular entity can access, we can control all these things with the help of IAM, and we can create additional entities to perform the jobs, to run the workload, right? So you can create IAM user, you can create user group, you can create role, and to assign permission to them, we can create policy, right? We can create policy to assign the permissions. And to make it more secure, you can also enable MFA for the users so that they have to perform two-step verification when they sign in. Okay, so let's quickly see IAM as a service, what it can do for us. So the one user who first start making use of AWS account is a root user, right? Is a root user. So what I will quickly do here, just to differentiate here, I'll use my whiteboard again, and just give me 1 second. I don't need this Grammarly icon appearing here. So we have, whenever you create your AWS account, the user that created is root user, right? Now, if I talk about root user is a owner of account, right? And root user is responsible to pay the bill for AWS services usage. So any service that you run in your AWS account, root user is one who will be paying the bill. And root user, right? Root user is the most powerful user because it's an owner and it has all permissions, right? It has all permissions by default. So by default, who is the owner of our account, it has all permissions and we don't need to grant any permissions. So very, very important. No need to grant permissions because it's the owner of our account. We don't need to grant any permissions explicitly. Because it's a owner of a account. Now, if you want to create your own account, you can go to AWS, right? So I'll just open my AWS free tier account. I'm going there. And if I go there, right, I will sign up and I will create an account, right? And if I sign up there in the account, I'll quickly add the sign up feature there, right? The first thing it will ask me, give your email address. So I can give an email address, let's say kamlesh@gmail.com. I actually don't have this email, right? And choose the name for your account. I'll say this is my AWS account, right? And first thing it asks me to verify the email address because it is creating an AWS account for me. So it should verify the email address through which it will verify the root user. And once I do that, it asks me provide me a verification code. By the time I'm not providing verification code, I will won't be able to sign in because it's a root user of an account. And this root user, whenever it signs in, so I'll go to the console back. Whenever the root user signs in, you can see a normal sign in option and sign in as a root user. That option is there. Okay. So this root user need to provide a email address and a password to sign in. Okay, so I'll quickly grab this. And I can see Zafar, your hand is high. Let me know your query if you have any. Zafar, any query?
So yes, I have a question. You said that
Sure.
the root user is a person who's responsible to pay. So for an organization, let's say we have a customer and I work for Johnson and Johnson, which is doing AWS. So the root user will be one person across that customer or customer's organization, or can it be multiple root users?
There can be multiple users. Per account has one root user. If you are managing multiple accounts, multiple root users are there. And if you don't use organization that will see ahead, then every root user has to pay the bill.
Okay, maybe I need to understand it a little more.
I will come on the organization. At that time, the thing will become easy.
Sure.
Right now, we are talking about single AWS account. Okay. So root user signs in with username and with email address and a password. This is what we need to give as an input. And no need to grant any permissions explicitly. It has all the permission. And we should not use this root user for daily tasks, right? Don't use this user for daily tasks. Whenever there is some explicit work need to be done, then use it, and don't use it for your daily task or root user, right? So this is a root user. Whenever you create your account, you get the root user. Now to do the daily task, you can create a IAM user, right? To perform daily task, create IAM user. Okay. So let's quickly see that. I'll quickly take you to the console, right? I'll just jump to another console. I'll get into my machine. Okay. And I'll quickly create one sample user as well, right? How we created, what converse options are there, that is not required, just for the demo purpose. How we create additional users, right? So in exam, they won't ask you anything about that. So don't worry on that. I'll just say create user. I'll say this is TechM user. Do I want to provide access to the management console? Yes, I want to provide access to the management control. And I'll set the password here. I'll use the same name. I set the password. I don't want the password to change next time. I'll say next. And I can set the permission as well for the user. I can add it to the group so that it can inherit the permission. I can copy a similar permission as I have given to other user, or I can directly give the permission to this user. Right now, I'm skipping this part. I'll say next and create user. Now, this is a user that I created in my account, and definitely I can sign in as a TechM user. So I'll get into a console. I'll say sign into a different account as an IAM user. So when you sign in as an IAM user, you need to provide an account ID. In which account you want to log in. So provide account ID, provide username, and provide password. Okay, so if you are a root user, you need to provide these three information because you are asking to sign into a particular account and you pass the account ID there. I'll just sign in. Okay, it says authentication is incorrect. Okay, I'll copy the password from the screen itself. Maybe I did a typo there in the password, but not an issue. I'll copy a password from here. Okay, I have this exposed to everyone. But you can see that now I signed in as a user in AWS account. I created this TechM user. Maybe I want to give all the users to see that how the management console looks like. This is not the best practice for every user. We should create a respective IAM user. So you can see it's TechM IAM user in an account of mine, which is 126. So I can create a user and I can grant a permissions as well to the user. Right now, this user that I created, so I'll just keep this link open because I don't remember the password right now. I'll keep it default and I'll go to the TechM user. Right, to this user, I haven't granted any permissions. So you can see in the permission policies, nothing has been granted. So this user can sign in, but by default, nothing has been granted. You go to any service, it won't show you anything. It will say access denied. Right, so you can see access denied because no permissions are granted. So if you want to perform a daily task, create a IAM user, right? And IAM user signs in with the credentials. I'll just hide this info, right? So these are the three things we sign with IAM user. So that's a user that we should create for daily tasks or for running the workload in the cloud. Okay, is it clear? Root user and IAM user, what's the difference? Yes, team. And you can create these additional number of users in IAM to do the job. Now, next thing we need to grant, right? So credentials that we have here, we have seen that, and we need to grant explicit permission, right? By default, so we need to grant explicit permissions to the IAM user. And by default, no permissions are granted. This can only sign into the console. So when you create a user, at that time you can grant a permission. I skip that, or later on you can grant the permission. So I can go to the account of mine. I'll say add a permission. I'll directly attach a permission to this user. Let's add. This is a permission that I want to grant. And what is this permission? I'll take a snapshot of this permissions, right? This is a permission, which is in the JSON format. We'll talk about this permissions as well ahead. So this is what I'm granting to the user, explicit permissions, right? So explicit permission for S3, and I'll paste it here on the screen. This is what the permission that we are granting, a read-only permissions on S3. And once I grant this permission, I'll say next. I'll say add permission. Now this user has a permission to access S3. If I go back, you will see that previously it was saying an error, access denied. But if I refresh it now, you will see the buckets are getting listed. So we need to explicitly define what permissions we want to grant to a user to perform the daily task. Okay, is the idea clear? Now you can see it can see the content of S3 service. The buckets in S3 is visible. So we need to explicitly grant permissions. Yes, Deepak.
Yeah, so can IAM user create another IAM user, or is it only the root user who can create the IAM user?
I am not a root user. First, to answer that question, you can see I am also a IAM user. So if you have a permissions related to the IAM user can also create a IAM user. That's not an issue, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
depending exactly. If you have a permission for this IAM service, you can definitely do the activity for the same.
Okay, got it. I thought like you have logged in as a root user and you're creating an IAM user.
Yeah. So as I said, we don't use root user for day-to-day activity. It's a day-to-day trainings for us. Day-to-day activity is there. So we also use user, not a root user. Even I own an account. Okay, that's the best practice that we should always follow there.
Got it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we can create IAM user. It's great. I can create a single users, but now if I need to create the user for all 164 members that I have in the session, if I want to create a user, right, for all members, right, and I need to grant explicit permission to each and every member. So I create member number 1, I'm writing ... and I create member number 146, right? And I explicitly grant a permission. I need to grant permission of S3. I need to grant permission of S3. I do this for every member. It is a repetitive task. So if you have a group of members who need similar permissions, right, then create IAM user group, right? Create IAM user group. So I'll create a user group with the name TechM users, and I'll give a permission for S3. That is one thing I have to do. I'll create a IAM user group with the name TechM. right? And I give the permissions of S3. And after that, I just need to do create user number one, add to this particular group. And the same thing, I'll create all 166 users that I have right now in the session. I'll keep on creating users. I can also give the CSV list quickly. So I can give a CSV list to create a users with a credential. That's it. I don't need to grant permission. I simply add a user to the group. And once a user is added to the group, it inherits the same permission. So this is useful if you want to provide the common set of permission to multiple users. So in that case, you can create IAM user group. So every user will inherit the permission, right? Every user will inherit the permission. I'll quickly showcase that so you can see this is the policy which we have attached directly for S3 read-only access. What I can do, I can say add this member to the group. So I'll say add a user to the group. To which user I want to add? To the ACC group. This is where I want to add a user, right? So I'll select this. I'll say add user to the group. And once I do this, I added this user of TechM to the ACC group. Now you can see in the permissions, there are two permissions. One that I have directly given, which is S3. And other you can see, which is inherited from a group, which is permissions for EC2 read-only access. So that's the beauty of a user group. Rather than giving it explicitly to each member, add a member to the group, it will inherit what is supposed to be inherited as a part of permissions there. Clear? IAM user and user group. Awesome. So I'll quickly go back to the slides. We talked about AWS account user, IAM user, and as I mentioned, right, create individual IAM user for each person. Don't share the credentials, that common credentials to every member. That's not a best practice. Moving out further, we provide the permissions to the user and we provide that with the help of policy. Right? We provide that with the help of policy. What is policy? Policy is JSON document, right? Policy is JSON document, and this JSON document is again collection of statements, what permissions you want to grant, write a statements for that. And the statement that we have in this collection of statement has elements. What is the element a statement possess? Year. And what year stands for? Effect, action, and resource. So the statement that we have in the JSON document, which is collection of our statements, a statement has three elements in it: year, effect, action, resource. So I said that I am copying the permissions there. If I scroll up, you can see the permissions. It's a JSON document that I have copy pasted. And here I'll just increase the font size. You will see effect. You will see action, what actions we are granting. So effect could be allow or deny, whether you want to allow or deny. Actions, which is A, what permissions you want to grant, what actions a user can perform, and resource, which resources a user can access. Right. So that is how the statement is made, and it's an array of statement. Right now, you only see a single statement, but certain time policies has multiple statements as well. Here you can see EC2 read only. I'll show you the statements in a EC2 read only. You can see I have 4 statements, and each statement you will see is effect, action, resource. So what permissions you need to grant, you can grant via policy. You can create your own policy or use a policy which is available right from AWS. So I have used AWS managed policy right now. If you want, you can create your own policies as well. Okay, I can see one answer. How many IAM users under one root user, and will it cost if we create multiple IAM users? So IAM users is not going to cost you anything, right? We don't have to pay any cost for IAM users. Only thing that you need to pay is the services that IAM users are using, right? So if I create 166 users, all of them creates a EC2 machine, then I need to pay for all the machines which is being created by this users. So if you use the services, I have to pay the cost, and otherwise IAM is a free service, right? And my colleague shared the link as well for the quotas. I don't remember the number, but it is around 5,000 users that you can add to the account, right? You can check that out in the quota. Okay. So is the idea clear about the policies as well that we have seen, right? IAM policy, IAM policy, you can see as an example here. We have year as a statement, effect, action, reserves, whether you want to allow or whether you want to deny. You can specify both kind of permissions there. Moving out ahead, we talked about groups, which is great in case if you want to share the common permissions across multiple users. If you add a user to the group, it will inherit the permission for you, right? And the next thing that we have is the IAM role. Now, this is very, very important and most widely used in AWS account. And whenever in an exam, you see that you need to grant temporary access or you need to grant temporary credentials. By closing the eyes, remember the service that will, the resource that will help you out in that scenario is IAM roles. The resource that will help you out in that case is IAM roles, right? Now, what this IAM roles are, these IAM roles is again an entity that we create. And to this IAM role, we add the permissions, right? And whoever wants to assume this role, so this is a person that we have, right? So I will say that this is my TechM user that I created. So if I want to grant a temporary permissions to the TechM user to interact with some other services, I can ask that TechM user to assume a role, right? To assume a role. And if this TechM user assumes a role, this automatically get the permissions of the role which is given. But this is temporary, right? This is temporary. So if I quickly show you the roles, whenever you create a role, I already have few roles created here. But if I show you any role, you will see the session duration is mentioned with the role, which is 1 hour. And after that, this credentials is expired. Again, make a request to assume a role, right? So that is role. If you need to grant temporary access or temporary permissions, IAM role can help you out. Okay, IAM role can help you out. And this is useful in the scenarios, right? You can definitely assign it to the users as well, but mostly this is used with services. So if one service of AWS, so let's say I have a virtual machine in AWS that need to store data in S3, which is other AWS service. So here a machine cannot prove its authentication. Machine cannot give username and a password that I am a valid user. So in that case, when one service of AWS want to talk to another service of AWS, we grant permissions with the help of role, right? We grant permissions with the help of role. So that's the beauty of role that we have. So whenever you see that you need to grant temporary permissions or temporary credentials, or you need to grant permission to the services to interact with other AWS services, role is one that will help you out, right? Role is one that will help you out. Is the idea clear, team? For the roles? Awesome. So let me just give you a small snippet quickly for the roles. I'll say launch a machine. Of course, this is not a part of an exam of you. So I'll quickly launch the machine. I'll say this is my server. I'll keep everything default. And I launch this server directly. And now what I'll quickly do once I launch this particular server, let me just connect to this machine. I'll say connect. And now you will see once I connect to this machine, I try to talk to S3. What happened here? Why I do not have SSH access? I assign the security group. Just give me 1 second to check. Okay, I have access now. And if I do simple command AWS S3 LS, you will see error, unable to locate credentials because machine can't provide the credentials. So if I need to grant permission to the machine so that it can talk to S3, I can simply go to actions, security, and I'll configure the role for a machine. And I'll do a role EC2 for S3. This is a role that I have pre-configured there. I'll update this IAM role. Once I assign this IAM role, I'll go back and I'll run the same command again once more. I press enter, see the output. It is working now. It can talk to it. That's what IAM role does. Give temporary permission and useful in case services want to talk to each other. We grant permissions with the help of role. Okay, team, I hope now the idea of the role is clear. What it can do for us. Awesome. So I'll just terminate this instance I created for the demo. I'll go back. And another thing to add more layer of security. Now you could have seen that when I signed in as an IAM user, as a TechM, I'll just sign out and I'll sign in again. You will see that it directly take me into the console, right? So if I say sign in, I'll grab the username and a password. Sorry, I forgot there. I did the typo there. So I'll grab a username. I'll grab a password. And you can see I do sign in. And directly I'm added to the console, which is again a problem if someone see the credentials. It will create a chaos for you. So you can enable MFA, a multi-factor authentication for this particular user. So I can go to users and I can give a permission to the user to attach the device there. So I'll just get into TechM user and in the security credentials, I can configure MFA. So I can give a permission to the user to configure MFA. And once a user configures MFA, it need to provide a token to sign in, a two-step verification, right? As we do when we log into the account, we give a second code to sign in there. So even I can enable MFA for the users to provide an additional layer of security, right? So you can add MFA as well for a user to provide additional layer of security. Okay. And for me, it is enabled. I created this temporary user, but if I quickly show you, I'll just sign out from this particular account. I'll sign in back. And for me, it will always ask me the additional layer of security because I have admin access and I don't want this to be credentials captured. And in case if someone is able to get my credentials, it need to add also the token. And that is what MFA provides you. No, MFA we enable at the individual user level. It cannot be enabled at the group level. We can grant the permission to each user to enable MFA. And I can make it compulsory as well with the policies there that everyone has to make a use of MFA. So I'll just sign in because I need that account there to work. Okay, so is the idea clear, team? About the fundamentals, IAM, we have seen user group, user roles, policy.
IMA at the user level, you told.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, multi-factor authentication at a user
Multi-factor
level.
authentication. Yes.
One more thing. This thing is clear to me, but actually my connection got disturbed and I couldn't know about the share responsibility model that time.
Sure. If you can give me time during the break, I'll help you out in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Is that okay, Ajay? So I'll keep note on my side. When we go for a break, I'll take 2 minutes to explain the shared responsibility model. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So let's talk about organization, right? So I got a query initially, right? So if we have multiple accounts, do we have a multiple root users? So that's right. A organization generally when they work, they have multiple AWS accounts, right? And now to manage those multiple AWS accounts, what we can make a use of organization, right? What benefit organization brings to me? The benefit of consolidated billing. So I was saying that a root user is one who pay the bills. So that's right. But if you make a use of AWS organization, in that case, a bill for every account, let's say there are $220 as a bill. Here it is $120 as a bill. Here you have $400 as a bill, right? So in this case, I don't need to pay the bill for each and every account. With organization, I can pay a consolidated bill of $750. A single bill I can directly pay as a consolidated. So that is a feature that you get with organization from a central account. Now, depending on how many accounts you have, one of the account where you enable organization, right? So account where you enable organization is a root account, right? Account where you enable the organization is a root account. And below that in the hierarchy, you can organize your accounts, right? So here you can see another example. I have my management account as a root, right? Then this is my account one for finance, account two for IT, and for HR and legal part, I'll create a OU because this is a team which I use either to hire the members or to solve the issues. So I can give a name to the organization unit, HR and legal. So I can create a common OU and under that I can have multiple accounts. So you can organize your accounts into hierarchy, right? As per your business requirements, you can have multiple accounts under a root. What benefit we get? We get the consolidation of billing. This is one benefit. I don't need to pay bill for every account, right? Now it's a consolidated bill that we are paying. And remember, as many accounts you have, that many root users will be there, right? So for every account, I have a root user. But in this case of organization, we get the feature of consolidated billing. No need to pay a separate bill. Okay, apart from consolidated billing, we get with organization, what benefit we get? We get the feature of SCP, service control policies, right? This is a feature that we get. What this feature does for us, what is the use of this particular feature, right? Now, the use of this feature is to control and manage permissions centrally, right? Control and manage permissions centrally. So with the help of SCP, right? So I have 200 plus services that AWS provides me, right? I have 200 plus services that AWS provides. So I have a finance team, right? What is the job of a finance team? Is to make sure that whatever the expenditures that are made, it should make an entry for that into a database, right? So finance team writes an entry into a database. So AWS provides database as a service for sure, but it is providing me more than 200 plus services. So I want to make sure that whoever is in account of finance, which is a AWS account, they should be able to only access database and no other service. I can apply this restriction. Only database is allowed and no other services can be accessed in this account, right? No other services, even though there are 200 plus services. Now with the help of SCP, I can say that finance members can only use database and no other services. I can restrict at a central level with the help of SCP. I have a HR and the legal team. Now these teams which we have, they keep on making a use of websites through which they do the job, they do the marketings, right? They handle the legal cases. So I know that these members will only make a use of EC2, the account of HR and the account of legal department, whichever members they have, they will be only utilizing EC2 as a service. Again, I can create SCP that out of those 200 plus services, only EC2 is a service that these accounts can make use of. So I can centrally control which services account can make use of from the 200 plus services that we have. I can do that with the help of SCP. I can apply SCP at account level. I can apply SCP at OU level, which is organization level. So in this way, I can limit my accounts to make a use of services, right? Because if I won't limit, any user can launch, if granted a permission, they can launch any service. So I don't want them to use that service there. So SCP can help me out in that case. Okay, is the idea clear for service control policy? How it can help you out to centrally manage the services? Is the idea clear, team, for about SCP? So either at account level or at OU level, where multiple accounts can be a part of it, the same restriction will be applied on those accounts. Okay, so you can see a quick question. A practitioner is configuring SCP's service control policy in AWS organization. Remember, SCPs are only possible with organizations. So which identities and resources to which we can apply the SCP? Select two, right? So IAM users, this is a part of AWS account, so I cannot apply the restriction here. So this is not the right answer, right? Where the SCP can be applied on the OU, right? We need to select two options, and I can directly apply it on the AWS account itself, right? So these two restrictions, I'll just change the pen color. These two restrictions I can apply with the help of SCP and other things that you see, right? Which is IAM user, IAM groups, IAM role. This you can configure within the service of AWS account called as IAM, identity and access management. So this is within the account. We have seen the demo. In my account, I created the user, I granted the permissions, I created the user group, and we also talked about roles there. So this is within AWS account. This you can configure. SCP can be configured for OU or individual account. Okay, that's the correct answer there. Right, let's talk about compliance. Now, if you want to provide someone, if you say that, okay, this service is HIPAA compliant, this service is PCI compliant. So how will you prove it that the service is compliance, managing the HIPAA standards or NIST standards that you have? So AWS provides you centrally the compliance reports that you can get. And if you want to get into an agreement with AWS to manage the compliance for your workloads, you can get into agreement as well with AWS. And this reports, this agreement that you sign with AWS to manage the compliance is available at the central location, AWS Artifact. So if I go back to my console, if I say Artifact, you can see security compliance and report agreements. So at any point of time, if you want to get the security report or compliance reports, right, this is where you can go. So if you want to see that how AWS is getting its infrastructure authenticated, here you can go and you can check it out, right? So all these reports are available to you that you can use to showcase the compliance that you are able to achieve with the help of AWS Cloud, right? So you can see. So all those compliance reports are available here in the AWS artifacts. And if you want a report from third parties as well, some artifact reports for your workload that you are running, you want to get your workload audited by a third party, you can also get the report from the third party in AWS artifact sections, right? And if you want to get into agreements as well, so here you can see account agreements. So you want to get into an agreement that the application that you are running, it is meeting the compliance of AWS Australian notifiable data breach addendum. You can get into agreement with that. AWS Business Associate addendum. So you can get into agreements as well with AWS. Right. So Artifact is a central location where you can find the compliance reports there. Yes, I think SL Narashim Hilu, if I have pronounced correct. Any query?
Yeah, can we customize any reports?
No, it is directly downloadable, available to you that you can download. And then if you want to customize, you cannot do it because that is audited report that you have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Going out further, we talked about Artifact. You can see all those third parties has audited the infrastructure of AWS, and you can get this compliance reports as well, right? HIPAA compliant, NIST compliant, FedRAMP compliant, all those compliance. AWS make sure they audit the infrastructure and it is compliance as per these programs for them. Right. So a quick question, which task can be completed in the AWS Artifact? What you get in AWS Artifact? Select two. Right? Of course, I can see the correct answer appearing right from the debug. So you can have compliance reports on demand. You can download it. And in case if you want to get into agreement to manage the assurance programs for your workload, you can get into agreement with AWS as well. Right. Going out further, let's talk about application security. Now, in case if you are running a workload, you want to protect your public workload, right? You want to protect your workload against SQL injection attack, cross-site scripting attack, HTTP flood attack, right? So well-known attacks that we have that happens on the infrastructure, and what it does, it creates a pressure on your infrastructure. If you want to protect your infrastructure against these attacks, a service that can help us out is AWS Web, which is Web Application Firewall. AWS WAF, Web Application Firewall. So whenever you see in exam a question that you want to protect your public endpoints against the common well-known attacks, SQL injection attacks, cross-site scripting attacks, HTTP flood attacks, right? You want to protect these services, right? That you are exposing to the customers from these attacks because it's a public endpoint. Service that can help you out is WAF, right? Service that will help you out is WAF, Web Application Firewall. How the service identify these attacks, right? So to identify these attacks, you require a security expert who can write the rules. So you can write a custom rule with the help of security expert, right? To identify the attack patterns, right? So all those security expert can write. And if you do not have a security expert in a team, but still you want to protect, you can use the managed rules as well available to you from AWS to protect your infrastructure against those well-known common attacks. So you specify the rules within the WAF. Whenever the packet enters, the packet will be inspected whether it is allowed to go to the public endpoint. It could be your load balancer that we have seen. It could be your API gateway, or that could be your cloud. So before it reaches the public endpoint, it will be inspected whether it is allowed or whether it is not allowed. So that is what WAF does, protect your public endpoints. And again, another kind of attack that we have, which is denial of service, which is DOS attack, right? So to protect your infrastructure against DOS and DDoS attacks, you have a service that you can enable in your AWS account called as Shield. That's another AWS service that we have, AWS Shield, which help you out to protect against DDoS attacks that might happen on your infrastructure. And Shield again comes in two flavor. You have a Shield standard, which provide basic protection, and you have Shield advanced. right? That definitely provide advanced protection. So basic protection is available to you with no charges. If you go with the advanced protection, you need to pay the charges as well. So if you want to protect your infrastructure against DDoS attacks, Shield is one that can help you out in that case. It comes with standard and advanced variation there. So you want advanced protection, go with Shield Advanced there. Yes, Tushar.
How Shield and WF is different?
Shield is basically is also protecting you against the cost that you need to incur. So if someone is creating a DDoS attacks on the server, so what they are doing, they are creating a pressure on your server, and what happens? You have a scaling, so more servers will be getting created. So when this attack happen, more resources are consumed, right? More resources are consumed, and you need to pay the more charges there. So if you go with the Shield Advanced as a service, right? These charges are waived off. You don't need to pay the charges in case if attack happens, right? So this is for DDoS attacks, which we have. And WAF is specifically for the attacks, as I mentioned, cross-site scripting attack and your SQL injection attack that happens. It is with respect to that, right? And with the WAF, again, you can apply the limitation in terms of how many requests you want to allow per second, or how many requests you want to allow per minute. So you want to protect your endpoint from getting overloaded. You can specify the rule that I want to allow only 100 requests per minute. If more than that request is coming up, they will be blocked. So WAF is you configure the things. With Shield, you get this with automation, and also the AWS team help you out to apply that layer of security there. So Shield is much more managed service to protect against DDoS. WAF is you configure yourself to specify the limitation there. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Do we have a single built-in payment gateway from AWS rather than any PayPal or the third-party application?
Payment gateway
Yeah.
as a service.
Hmm.
As far as I know, it's not there, but let me check in documentation, because AWS service comes with a lot of features. So payment gateway with AWS, of course, you will have a provider that can help you out, but
Right.
as such, we don't have. Let me check. If you want a payment connectivity, let me check my option there. Just give me option there. Check. No, I think it's via third party. You can integrate the third party services, your sale of point that you have, the way you integrate it.
Got it.
Right. So you have a guidance if you require right from AWS, how you can get that guidance, how you can add this. So you can see the steps are there. That how you can send this to your sale of point, the request that you want to get processed from your that you have.
Got it.
Okay. Awesome. So we talked about Shield, and similar to the Shield, you have one more service, which is Inspector. Now this Amazon Inspector, what it does, it scan your AMIs, right? So we run an EC2 machine using AMI, Amazon Machine Image, or you run your Docker images, which is your containers, right? And you also make a use of software bundles, right? So to make sure these software bundles that you download and use, the AMI that you use, the container image that you use, they are free from CVE exploits, right? Common vulnerability issues, exposures that we have, attacks that can happen on your OS, right? Amazon Inspector help you out to find out those issues. So they scan your AMI, they scan your container images, they scan your software bundles, whether they include any CVE. vulnerability exposure. And if so, it gives you a recommendation that there the problem is and how you can fix that security issue. And for inspector to work, we just need to select a checkbox that I want to enable Amazon Inspector, and it will start accessing the resources in your region to protect you against those vulnerability exposures that might exist in your AMI or container or the software bundles that you are making use of in your application. So that is what Inspector does for you. And configuring it is not a difficult task. Just go to Amazon Inspector and click on enable. It will be there for you. Activate it, you can see. Right. So right now I haven't used it, but you can go and you can activate the inspector for your account. That's it. That's the only thing that we need to do to identify the vulnerability exploits in our AMI container images or the software bundles of our application. Right? So automatically conduct application security assessments. And it is not a one-time job. It need to be done on the regular basis. And inspector does this for you on regular basis for a workload that you are running. And similar to the inspector, there is one more service that we have, right, which is a part of additional security service, which is guard duty. Right now, this guard duty is another service that can help you out against the attacks that might happen in your account. So what guard duty does, this guard duty looks for the logs, right? It looks for the logs of your account and it verifies that is there is any problem in the logs. They keep on scanning the logs, different kind of logs they scan. They scan the DNS logs, they scan the VPC flow logs, they scan the CloudTrail logs, right? So they keep on scanning the different kind of logs to identify is there anything going on not as per the standard that your account behaves, right? That is what guard duty does. And what it does, what it utilizes machine learning behind the scene to detect the threat intelligently. So whenever you see that you require a service that can intelligently detect a threat for you, that's a guard duty as a service. Again, the way we enable inspector, in the same way we can enable guard duty. So if you want a service that can help you out to identify the suspicious activity intelligently, it's guard duty that can do for you, because guard duty keep on analyzing the logs behind the scene. In case if it finds something is wrong, they can again give you the recommendation, the findings, and as well as what actions you can take for such activities. If you feel it is suspicious, you can take the actions to cover those loopholes. So two services are there, guard duty for intelligent threat detection and inspector for scanning your software bundles, AMIs for vulnerability exposures. And one more service that can again help you out in the layer of security, which is KMS, Key Management Service. What does KMS service help you out? It help you out in adding the layer of security, right? And how it adds a layer of security? By encrypting your data, right? By encrypting your data. Now, KMS is not encrypting a data, right? Services that stores the data, they encrypt the data, but the key that you use for encryption, right? Key for encryption that you utilize. This is what KMS help you out in managing. So key that you want to use for encryption, that is there with KMS, and you use that key with the services. If you have S3, if you have RDS, they store your data, right? They store the data in encrypted format at rest. So when this data is stored in the disk, it is always stored in the format of encrypted data, right? And how they encrypt the data with the help of KMS, because it provides a key that can be used for encryption. Yes, Rasika.
Hello. So this key pairs would be stored in the KMS for use, right? For accessing S3 or maybe EC2 instances. Is that correct?
Yeah. So KMS key is in your key is in KMS, and if you want to use it, you can configure the services. For example, if I want to use my KMS key for encryption in S3, I can go to S3. S3 provides a default encryption, and you can select that. Okay, I don't want a default encryption key for encryption. I want to use my key for encryption. So you can go to properties and you can change the encryption and you can specify your KMS key that you want to use for encrypting the data at rest.
Okay.
Okay, great. And that completes our module, right? Let's have a knowledge check quickly. Which option describe the IAM policy, right? We have seen IAM policy is a JSON document. So which option best describe the IAM policy from the given options? Okay, great. Option B, it's a document that specifies permissions is granted or denied. Effect as allow or denied. Great. Let's go to second question. An employee require temporary access to several S3 buckets. So which option should you use for this particular task? See the term temporary access. As I mentioned, whenever you see this particular term, who can help you out? Role. And I can see the answer appearing in the chat, roles. So if you need to grant temporary access, temporary permission, roles is one that can help you out there. Okay. Going out further to the next knowledge check. Which of the following description best describe the concept of least privilege? Only provide the permissions which is required. So which lines describe the concept of least privilege here? What do you mean by least privilege? Right? So granting only required permissions. So which statement describe that you are granting the permissions only which is required for the task? Right? So least privilege means grant a permission which is required for the task and nothing more than that. So that's option B. Okay. And always follow this principle to grant permission. Grant only permission which is required and not more than that to follow the best security practices, right? That's a one rule that we should always remember in terms of granting the permissions. And that completes our module of security. I hope the idea is clear about the services. And in exam, as I mentioned, my colleague is keep on sharing the sample questions in the chat, right? You can see it's always about how you can identify which service can help you out in the given task, right? Which service can help you out in the given task, right? So refer those sample questions that my colleague is dropping, the links as well in the chat. And I think it's a break time. I probably overshoot it by 10 more minutes there, 15 minutes. So let's enjoy the break. I'll get into a console and I'll set a timer of a break. Let's enjoy the break. Once we come back from the break, we'll carry out our journey ahead on other modules. So enjoy the break, team.
Hello. Hi, Kamlesh. As you told, you were going to tell me in the 2 minutes.
Hey, sure. Sorry, Ajay, I think I forgot there. So by the time other members come back, we were talking about the shared responsibility model.
Yeah.
I'll quickly bring that. The screen of shared responsibility model.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just give me 1 second there to turn it off. Okay. So I'll quickly revisit the concept for you. So teams, if you're back, you can type back in the chat, and we are resuming in 2 minutes, right? I just need to cover the concept of shared responsibility model. So shared responsibility model. Now the security is not the responsibility of only the customer, but also of a AWS cloud provider, because infrastructure is maintained by a cloud provider. So security of the cloud is the responsibility of AWS, right? Security of the cloud is the
Okay.
responsibility of AWS, and in the cloud, it's the responsibility of a customer. So any application that you are running in the cloud, you make sure that application is secured and has the required access. That is a shared responsibility. Now it's a shared between the customer and the AWS. Part of responsibility managed by customer, such as configure security group, which OS you require, what firewall rules you require, you run that, you take that responsibility, and making sure that your data centers are secured, your network infrastructure is working, your hardware and software is working. That is a responsibility of AWS. That's what is shared security, shared responsibility model. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
That's what we have covered initially there. Right. So
Thank you.
yeah, I'll
Thank
just
you.
start this share, and I'll bring the next module that I have over the screen, which is monitoring and analytics. Okay. And in this module, now we know that we can run the applications in the cloud, but we also need to make sure that we monitor the applications. And if you want to monitor the application, which services can help us out in monitoring the services, right? So let's talk about quickly. Here we'll talk about a service, which is CloudWatch. We'll talk about service CloudTrail, and we'll talk about service Trusted Advisor. Three services that we'll talk about that can help us out with monitoring. Okay, so let's first talk about CloudWatch as a service, right? So CloudWatch is a service where you can centrally, right, where you can centrally find metrics and logs for all the resources that you created in a region, right? That you created in the region. So if you want to see the metrics and the logs for the resources at a common location that you created in a specific region, you can go to AWS CloudWatch. Now, before going to AWS CloudWatch, what is metrics? Can someone let me know? What is metrics basically?
Numeric value.
Exactly. So that you can see on my screen right now, the usage of CPU in the memory for my machine. So every resource that you launch in the cloud has some metrics related to it, depending on what features it provides. So this metrics for the resources that you launch in the cloud is available in CloudWatch, as well as logs. In case if your application or services are generating logs, that is available in CloudWatch. And on this metrics that you receive, the numerical information that you received, you can specify the threshold. For example, if I'm running a EC2 machine, I just need to make sure this is a matrix which is getting there for CPU utilization. And I specify a threshold that the CPU utilization should not go beyond 70%. If it goes beyond 70%, I want to take some actions. So over the metrics, I can set a threshold or I can say the limits. And if that limits is crossed, you can configure the actions. So all these features you get with CloudWatch, and you can centrally view the metrics for all the resources, right? So CloudWatch access all your metrics from a single location, and you can configure automatic alerts and actions in response to the metrics, right? So let's quickly see that. We'll launch one resource and we'll see the metrics in the CloudWatch as well. So I'll quickly take you to the console back. I'll go to the EC2 instance and let me just sign in. And what I can quickly do, I'll launch one machine. Okay. So let me just get into Mumbai region and let me launch one EC2 machine, right? Doesn't matter how many resources you create, you can find the logs for that resource at a central location, metrics for that resource at a central location in a CloudWatch. So I'm creating one machine from my AMI, EC2 machine I'm creating, I'm keeping everything default. Let's quickly select the security group. Let me the security group, port 80 is open. Yes, it's there. So select the security group. Rest everything, I don't need anything. I'll just launch the instance and let me go to the instances. I'll just make sure that I have the metrics available at a faster rate. So I want the metrics to be received to me at the period of 1 minute, right? So I'm just enabling the detailed monitoring so that every minute I'll start receiving the metrics for my machine. So that's my server that I created. And I'll quickly go back to the networking. I'll copy the public IP of this machine. And here you can see the page is ready. And I have a script in this machine. If I click on that link, a script will be running behind the scene to generate a load on the CPU, right? So I just created this machine. Let's wait for a few minutes for this machine. And after that, we'll see that I'll start receiving the metrics at the interval of 1 minute for this machine, right? Such as CPU, network in, network out, disk IO, all these metrics will be available. Now, there are two ways. If you want to see the metrics for the resources, you select the resource that you have. So I have selected the server, and then I can click on monitoring here. And below, I can see the metrics. What metrics will be available for this resource? CPU utilization, network in, network out, network packets in, network packets out, metadata, CPU usage, right? All this metrics is available for the machine. I can see it here directly on the resource, or I can go to CloudWatch as a service, and I can see the metrics as well in the CloudWatch. Fine. So we'll see the metrics in the CloudWatch. Let's wait for a few minutes so that I can receive the numbers that we can view. And by the time this happens, we will move ahead with the services, right? So we'll talk about that CloudWatch dashboard, how it looks like, how we can see the metrics in CloudWatch. By the time we get the metrics there, it takes around minutes or two to arrive, and at the interval of 1 minute, we'll receive that metrics. Another location that can help us out in monitoring is CloudTrail, which is again a beautiful service that can help you out to identify the API activities. So user created a machine, user deleted the machine, user modified the resources. All those API calls are tracked, right? So all user related API activities are tracked by the CloudTrail, right? All user related activities that user is performing are tracked by API, right? So any principal or identity who is performing action on AWS, right? Principal or identity who is performing action, that action is captured in the form of logs in the CloudTrail. So if I go back here Let's generate a load on the CPU, and I'll go to the service Cloud Trail. Okay, I'll get into a Cloud Trail, and you have seen that right now, a few minutes back, I created the EC2 machine, right? And the event for that machine creation is there in Cloud Trail. So here you can see, let's refresh this once. Okay, and here you can see I created the EC2 machine, right? I click on this logs, and here you can see a machine is created within this VPC with this AMI, with this network interface, and it also gives me the ID of an instance. So you can see the instance ID, which is 285, DC285. And the machine that we created right now, you can see has the same ID, DC285. So I performed an activity, I created the machine, right? And the logs of that is captured. Tomorrow I cannot say that, that I have not created this machine. So any footprint as a user, you create a resource, you delete a resource, all those are captured and stored as a log into a cloud trail, right? It's stored as a log into a cloud trail. So you can see that information, and you can see the record as well. Who is a user? Kamlesh, right? At what time I created? At 15:14. This is a UTC time. We can add 5 or 30 minutes more. That will take up to 8:50. Event name, run instance, region, AP South 1. What is the AMI ID I have used? What is the key pair that I have used? All this information has been captured when I try to create a EC2 instance. I provide some parameters. All those are captured that you created a EC2 instance with the following parameter, and this is a name that you give it, which is servers, and that you can see a name of a machine. So CloudTrail capture the API activities performed by the entities or identities, and you can go and you can check it out. Tomorrow, no one can say that I have not terminated the machine. Go to CloudTrail and see that who terminated that respective resource or machine. Okay. Yes, Ajay.
You told what was the AMI term mean for AMI?
Amazon Machine Image.
Okay, Amazon.
AMI stands for Amazon Machine Image. So when you select your OS, basically you select a AMI, a pre-configured image that get unpacked, and your OS is running using that, your machine is using that particular OS. Yes, Zafo? I can see your hand.
Yeah, Kamlesh, for Cloud Trail, can we do a Cloud Trail based using the application as a base? For example, if I want to know that there is an application and which server was provisioned for that application, how would I know that?
As in, if you give me a scenario, I can help you out there.
So we have in J&J, we have got thousands of applications, okay,
Right.
all migrating into AWS.
Right.
So now I want to know which application was provisioned when.
Okay, which application was provisioned when?
When and by whom?
Okay, so now who is migrating, how you are migrating your application, right? So if you have a person who is creating that for you, so whenever they create a machine, that you can identify, right? That someone created a machine, a server, which applications you are running in a server. If you want to track that, when the application got installed or which applications are running in your server, then there is another service that can help you out with the system manager. So what is the inventory that you have in the server which is running? This is where system manager can help you out. That's another service that can help you out to see the inventory which is running in your server, right? There you only get information about the resources suffer, that who created the resource, who modified the resource, who terminated the resource. If you want to see the inventory, go to system manager. Here you can identify the inventory list, which applications or which services are running there.
Got it.
This can help you out there. Okay. Awesome. So that is what CloudTrail does for us. track the user activities. So tomorrow, no one can say that I have not deleted or I haven't created. Go to CloudTrail, you'll find the logs who created the resource, who deleted the resource, who modified the resource there. So that service that can help you out in tracking the user activities, right? Who did what? You can go to CloudTrail and you can check it out in CloudTrail, right? So track user activities and API requests. I'll just change the pen color to your AWS infrastructure. And if you want, you can store these logs as well for identification purpose, right? So that's the beauty of CloudTrail that we have. Apart from that, one more service that can help you out there, right? So CloudTrail, what happened, who made the request, when did this occur, how the request was made, all this information is there in the log that is captured for that particular resource in the form of event, right? So this information we can see in the log. Type IAM user, name Kamlesh, at time 1514, event source EC2, event name, run instance, region. All this is captured. Even from which IP the request was made. All this is captured as well as a part. Okay. Moving out ahead, another service that can help us out in monitoring, right, and in following the best practices is Trusted Advisor, right? Is Trusted Advisor. So before jumping on the Trusted Advisor, let's first talk about CloudWatch. I think I might have received a lot of metrics till this point. I'll go to CloudWatch. I'll get into metrics, and this is a EC2 as a service. So for every service, you can see we receive the metrics. So I'll get into EC2, and I want per instance metrics. I'll click on that, and I'll just type the name of machine. So I'll say servers. Okay, or I can pass the instance ID here. So let me grab the instance ID. I have displayed it on my web page. I'll copy this. I'll paste it here. And you can see the metrics for my machine with the name server. So I'll say I want to see the CPU utilization of this machine for the last 1 hour. Right. I'll select this and I want this to be per minute metrics. It is 5 minutes interval that I have. So I'll get into graph metrics. I want per minute information there, right? So you can see now the graph is visible. I'll just take this graph. I'll add to the dashboard. So if I have multiple resources, I can see all those multiple resources on a common dashboard. Here you can see the CPU utilization is close to 100% that I have. CPU utilization is close to 100% because when I click on this link, it generates a load on the CPU by running the script behind this. So here you can see the utilization of my machine as a part of a dashboard. And you can create such kind of visualization dashboards for various services if you are running there, and add to a common dashboard where you can monitor all the services at the same time. So that's the beauty of CloudWatch. You can monitor all the resources, their metrics right from a central location. That's what CloudWatch provides. Okay. And apart from that, the last service that can help you out in monitoring is Trusted Advisor. What this Trusted Advisor does, it verifies that are you utilizing your AWS account as per the best practices. So it's keep on checking your AWS account for the various checks, right? For the various checks. You change the pen color, right? So for example, if I have a coffee shop which is going great and I want to make sure that I want to still improve my coffee shop so that customer can get the coffee at the lower waiting time. So what changes I can do? So what I can do, I can consult a consultant. How can I make my coffee shop more efficient? Right? So in the similar way, if you're utilizing AWS account and you want a consultant who can give you a real-time guidance. Are you following your best practices or not? This is what Trusted Advisor does for you, right? This is what Trusted Advisor does for you, right? It provides you the set of checks, and this checks is against around the pillars. What are those pillars? A pillar of cost optimization, a pillar of performance, a pillar of security, fault tolerance, and service limits. So it run the checks on these pillars. And if everything is going good, you will get green ticks. If there is some recommendation for improvement, you will have triangle. And if there is some recommended action that you need to take because you are not following the best practices, that will be highlighted with this particular icon there. So I can go to the service trusted advisor. Right? I'll go to the service trusted advisor, and right, you can see it gives me one investigation recommended with respect to security. So you can see the security pillar. If I click on this, you can see I have a S3 bucket which has a public access. Right? So you can see I have around 80 buckets in my account. Out of that, 11 buckets has public access. Right? So this is a checks which keep on happening continuously in your accounts. So if I go to cost optimization, checks are available, but it says upgrade your account to get all trusted advisor check. So some checks are free, or some checks you need to get the support from AWS, opt for a different support plan. So for cost optimization, I don't have any check available free of cost. For performance, I don't have any check available free of cost. For security, I have few checks, right? I have few checks. You can see green ticks, which is there. So for security, I have few checks, which is available free of cost. Fault tolerance, no checks is available free of cost. Service limit, checks is available, right? In case if any service you are crossing the available limit for that service, you can run that particular checks, right? There. So I'll say refresh all the checks. It will run that periodically, it run automatically, and operational experience there. No checks are available. So checks are available across these pillars. Some are free and for some you need to adopt a plan. So by default, when you open your AWS account, okay, by default, when you open your AWS account, all AWS gets a basic support plan. All AWS account gets a basic support plan. And you can go to different support plans. So I'll quickly go to support plans AWS, right? And you can subscribe to different support plans of AWS. I'll just increase the font size. You can see you have a developer support plan. Basic support plan is default. You can go with developer support plan. You can go with business support plan, enterprise support plan, and enterprise on ramp, which is there, right? And in that support plan, if you opt for, you will get the trusted advisor check with you. So if I go back with the trusted advisor checks, you get complete set of checks of trusted advisor. Minimum you have to go for a business support plan. Then you get all the checks. Else, few checks will be available to you as a part of trusted advisor. So if you want all checks to be enabled, minimum you have to opt for a business support plan, right? And this is going to cost you, if I quickly scroll down to the bottom, I think they have a costing. Okay, support plan pricing, that's a separate link now we have. And you can see the pricing for the support plans that you can pay. So for business, it's 10% of your annual charges that you pay monthly to AWS, or minimum $100 that you need to pay to AWS for business support plans. So automated real-time guidance you get with a trusted advisor. It runs that checks. And if you need all checks with you, you can subscribe to business support plan. And in case if you require support right from AWS as well, in case if you have any query, then you can subscribe to enterprise plan, or enterprise on RAM plan. And when you subscribe to enterprise plan or enterprise on RAM plan, you get the support of TAM. So sometime in exams, they ask you that you want a support of a TAM, right? Then that is only available with enterprise on RAM for enterprise, where you get TAM available to you, which is, quickly check here, the keyword TAM, right? So you can see technical account manager, a manager right from AWS to help you out in giving you the guidance how you can follow the best practices. So with enterprise on RAM, you get a TAM, but it's a pool of TAM managers that you get. And if you go to enterprise, you get a dedicated TAM for you, a manager right from AWS available to you to guide you in terms of following the best practices, right? So trusted advisor is giving you real-time recommendations. If you need more support, go with enterprise on ramp or enterprise that can give you guidance in personal that are you following your best practices or not. Okay, so that's another service that gives you real-time guidance. Trusted advisor checks across various pillars: cost optimization, performance, service limit, security, and fault tolerance. By default, all checks are not enabled. If you require all checks, minimum business support plan that you need to go for them. Okay, is it clear? The services that can help you out with monitoring, CloudWatch, CloudTrail, Trusted Advisor, how they help you out in monitoring. Great, and I can see the hands are high. Yes, Zafar.
So this technical advisor, the trusted advisor, it is available at what level of organization?
It's there with every account. If you
Oh,
enable
every
the
account.
organization, every account it is there.
IAM account as well.
Exactly.
Okay.
Your
Thank
AWS
you.
account has this real-time guidance available inside within it. Any account you go, they will have this trusted advisor running in the account. So every AWS account has this real-time guidance available there for you. Okay,
Thank you.
sure. And I can see Marco again with the hand high. Let me know.
Yes, Kamlesh. You mentioned or you show the dashboard, right? Including all pillars.
Hmm.
Is there any option where we can see all, cost optimization, performance, security in the same view, or you have to go to different tabs here?
So if you go to the dashboard, right, it can gives you which checks are creating issue for you, right? If you want to get specifically, you can go there. So this only gives you recommendation overall. Where is the problem under which part? So you can see I have a problem in service limits. Some services for which the limits are available, I'm crossing that limit and also have a security issue. So here you will
Okay.
only get the icons with the pillars under which you have a problem. And if you want to jump and see that, jump into that pillar to read more about that. Where
But you
that
don't have
pillar is.
high level let's say, all pillars view showing all the pillars.
And that's only the dashboard that we have currently.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can see for me the service limit is of VPC, right? I have already created more than 4 VPCs. I can have 5 VPCs by default here in per region. That's a soft limit that we have. I already created 4 VPC, so 80% is already used. Yes, Ajay. Ajay,
I
any
wanted,
queries?
I want to know the developer. There was a AWS trusted check. There was a developer that we need for which.
So developer is in case if you require support from AWS in terms of uh, solving your issues. So whenever you have an issue, you create a support case in AWS. You want a quick response, you can go with the developer as
Okay.
a support plan, right? So there you can see if your system is not working, it's down. Within 12 hours, you'll get the response. If you require general guidance, within 24 hours, you'll get a response. You will hear back from AWS on your custom, on your support case that you created there. So that is what developer provides as a feature. right? You'll get architectural guidance over a support that you create. For example, you'll say that I want to deploy an API gateway with the best practices, what I have to follow. So they give you the documentation link as a part of a response. So you can get the architectural guidance as well from the team of AWS over a support case. Okay, Ajay?
Yeah, thank you.
So which actions can a CloudWatch perform? Or which actions can you perform using CloudWatch? Select two. Okay, I can see the first answer appearing. Monitor resource usage and performance grade and access metrics from a single dashboard. Absolutely right. So I can see most members, or actually till this point, all members answered this. So that's right. You can monitor the resource usage and performance and access metrics from a single dashboard. Okay. Which services can be used to review the security of your S3 buckets for open access permission? So which service can help me out that I'm following the best practices or not in terms of exposing my bucket publicly? Okay, I can see that. Okay, I have shown this as a part of demo as well. I'll quickly go back. I'll get into recommendation. I'll get into security, right? Can you see the checks? Out of 80 buckets, 11 buckets has been granted the global access, right? 11 buckets has been granted. So I have 80 buckets in my account. Out of that, 11 buckets has been granted open access, right? So it's a real-time guidance that trusted advisor provides you. Also, in case if you have a security group, so you can see in the recommendation, I have a security group which allows open SSH access. So I have 74 security groups. Out of that, 30 security groups has open SSH access, right? So it gives me recommendation which security group has that particular problem. So you can see the status. The security groups, it has open SSH access there, right? So this is trusted advisor, which is running behind the scene to give you a guidance. Are you following a best practices or not, right? So CloudTrail can tell me that if I want to investigate who provided open access to the bucket, I can investigate that. Here it is asking which service can review the security that your buckets has open access, give you a guidance that these buckets has open access, right? So recommendation, the review is provided by, in this case, is trusted advisor. Okay, that's a service that will help us out in that case. And guard duty is for intelligent threat detection. So if there is any suspicious activity that is going on in your account, guard duty can identify that with the help of analyzing the logs. Here it is trusted advisor that will help you out, not CloudTrail. CloudTrail is for investigation. Who created the resource, who modified the resource for those purposes there. Okay, is the monitoring services clear? The role of each service. CloudWatch gives you the performance metrics, how it is doing. CloudTrail can help you out in investigation, who did what at what time. And Trusted Advisor provides you real-time guidance with respect to the resources that you are creating. Are you following your best practices? And that completes our module of monitoring and analytics. And I'll bring my next module that I have, which is pricing and support now. Right? Pricing and support. We talked about support already. We have this as a part of this module and pricing, right? Yes, Ajay.
I wanted to know that in meantime you are showing some load page that you have created by yourself, or it is created by some module in the Amazon by using we can create a virtual load like that. This page.
This is basically a PHP application, right? So AWS provides a lot of tutorials, documentation. So in one of the documentation, they have given that option how you can create an image with such script. I have used that and I saved that image for the demo purpose. So it has simple PHP application running inside EC2 machine. When I click on that link, it runs the PHP scripts behind the scene. And if the script gets running, the load on the CPU is increased there.
Okay. So they have given a sample application in the AWS. We can use that to put the load.
Exactly. Right. So I'll close this and thank you for asking this question. It helped me out. I'll just terminate the server because if you run the resources without usage, it is consuming electricity and also creating an impact on the environment. So whenever you create resources for POCs, terminate that resources if it's not required or stop those resources in case if you are not working on those resources. So think about environment, think about sustainability as well. Running a resources without a cost will impact our environment. So I'll just terminate it and I'll go back to the module number 8, which is talking about pricing and support. Right. So let's start with the pricing part, right? So in this module, we'll talk about AWS free tier. So when you start with AWS, it provides you various pricing options. We'll talk about AWS organization that provides you a feature of consolidated billing. And now when you use your AWS account, you keep in mind that, okay, I can make a use of AWS account, but I need to make sure that my AWS account is not generating a bill more than $200, right? So I just need to have an alert that I set the limit up to $200. But let's say in the month of May, I did a lot of POC and out of $200 already $180 are consumed. So I don't know that how many, what is the cost that is being used behind the scene. I can go and I can check explicitly, but I want to receive alert. I set the target of $200 per month and it is today, 21st May, I already consumed $180. So in such scenarios, I want to just keep that if $200 is a limit, if 50% is utilized, I want to get the alert. If 75% of that is utilized, I want to get the alert. So I can understand that now the resources of resources increasing. And in case if some resources I want to stop, I can stop those resources. So I can create a budget and I can set a limit on which I want to receive an alert. And apart from that, if I want to see the usage of resources, which resources I'm utilizing more, which resources costing me more, I can use AWS Cost Explorer. In that case, that can gives me an idea which services I'm utilizing in which region, how much cost a particular service is incurring. Let's say I have a bill of $178 in the month of April. Out of that $178, how much is the cost for EC2? How much is the cost consumed by Lambda? I can segregate that. I can view that with the help of Cost Explorer. That's a beauty that we have. Apart from that, we'll talk about pricing calculator. So if you are guiding a customer to shift to AWS, you analyze the load of customer, and then you can tell the customer that if this is the load that you run on AWS, this is amount of cost that you need to bear. And how can you calculate that cost with the help of pricing calculator? So here we'll talk about the services that can help us out with pricing and support plans that AWS has that we have already spoken. So let's quickly see that. Let's talk about AWS pricing. So how can I set a budget and how I pay for the AWS services, how I pay for the third party? I just want to understand that how the bills are generated. So let's move ahead. Let's talk about AWS pricing. So if you start with AWS, you get AWS free tier account. And when you go to AWS free tier, right, some services you will get which is available for 12 months to you, free of cost. Some services will be always free. As we talked about, IAM is not costing you anything. You create your users, you don't have to pay any charges. You need to pay the charges for the resources that user utilizes. And some services are available over a trial period, right? So if I go back to the console, I talked about inspector. You can see I have a trial period for inspector for 15 days. So some services are at trial period. Some services are there for 12 months. You get free so that you can explore AWS, right? So if you start with AWS free tier account, you can launch a EC2 machine of type T2.micro for the entire 12 months and you don't have to pay any cost, right? So some services are free up to a certain duration. For some services, you have a trials and some services are always free. Going out, let's talk about pricing concepts. So with AWS, we know that cloud is a pay as you go model. And with AWS, if you reserve the resources, you pay less. So we talked about EC2 pricing plans there, right? We talked about if you make a commitment, you will utilize it for 1 year or 3 years, you can get a discount, right? You can get a discount of up to 72% in EC2 saving plans. We already talked about that. You can reserve resources and you can save the cost. And one more factor is there. You can pay less if you use more. So with AWS, you also get the volume based discounts. So pricing is not straightforward that I use the resource I paid. I can of course optimize the cost. I can reserve the resources or I can use more and pay less because I'm eligible for a volume based discount. So let's understand this scenarios, right? So let's first talk about pay less, use more and pay less. So I'll quickly go to S3 pricing. Okay, so any AWS service you go, right, you will see the pricing. So if I go to S3 pricing, so you can see you get 12 months free with S3 as well. You can store 5 GB of data in the S3 standard storage class. You can make 20,000 GET requests. You can make 2,000 put copy or list requests in your S3 that is available free of cost over the period of 12 months, right? I need to get into the pricing part of AWS S3. Okay, I'll click on pricing here at the top. 1 second. Yeah, I want to go into this link, which was the landing page, right? Here you can see the S3 storage pricing, right? And if I talk about the data transfer, because I store a data, I move the data there, right? So let it load for me. The data transfer charges and the storage and request charges. So here you can see for first 50 terabytes of data, I pay $0.023 per GB. But if you use more than 50 terabytes, that is up to 450 terabytes, if you store a data into S3, you pay only 0.022 per GB cost for S3 standard. And if you are storing more than 500 terabytes, the per GB cost is $0.021. So you see that the more you use, the less is the price that we pay, right? So that is a beauty that is there with the AWS service in terms of pricing. Either you go with on-demand price, pay as you go. If you want to optimize the cost, reserve the resources, and pay less when you use more. Okay. Now let's first talk about the computing pricing feature, which is pricing calculator. So if you are doing a quotation for a customer who is running its resources, then in that case, you can make a use of AWS pricing calculator. And here you can go and you can select the set of services that you will be utilizing for a customer to run it workloads. So I'll click on create estimate, right? So maybe you select a region. I'll say I want to go in the region of Mumbai. I want to use EC2 as for a workload. I'll configure which EC2 machines you want to utilize. I want to use shared tenancy, Linux, machine that I will utilize here, right? I have a lot of machines, so I can select which machines I want to utilize, right? Maybe T3 Nano or T4G.micro. This is what I want to use. Payment options, you want to go with saving plan. You want to go with on-demand price. So if I go with saving plan, the monthly cost that I need to pay for one machine is less than $2. If I go on demand, it's $4 that I need to pay. So you estimate how you will do this. So I'll say I will use compute saving plan, and I can say save and view summary. So I can give a cost to the customer that if you use EC2 machine for a period of 12 months, monthly cost is $1.97. If you reserve for 12 months, you can save the cost. So I can estimate this for each service that I run for that workload. So I can did EC2, I can say add more service, maybe RDS. I want to use relational database. Which database you want to use? Oracle, SQL Server, MySQL. So I'll say configure MySQL. I want to utilize that. In the Mumbai region, one node, what kind of machine you want to use for database, you can select this, right? So all things you can configure and you can save and view the resources, the cost that your customer has to pay in case if they're under workload. So you can estimate a cost with the help of pricing calculator. And if you want, you can share this costing with your customer as well. So I can say agree and continue. I can share the URL, or if I want, I can export this estimation in the format of CSV, PDF, and JSON, and I can share with the customer that for running your workload, this is the cost that you need to bear there. So that is a pricing calculator that can help you out. Okay, for the pricing calculator, and it is directly available. You don't need an AWS account. And for each service that you use in your account for you, that you get the bill. So you can see the Lambda, how you get the bill. Here you can see. So with Lambda, you get 4,000 GB seconds of computation resources. So how it get calculated? So you can see for Lambda, free tier provides you 400,000 GB seconds of free tier in the Lambda, and you have used only 254.575 seconds for a Lambda usage. So you don't have to pay any cost. How many requests you have sent to the Lambda? So 10 lakh requests is available within a free tier. And if you have not consumed 10 lakh requests, so here you can see it is 680 requests, it's a $0 investing. So what is the usage of each service? How many requests you made? You get the detail of each service that you have consumed as a part of a bill. So this is for the region of US. If you have used a service in the Mumbai region, that will be also listed as a part of your bill. So that's a beauty, that's a detailing that you get in the bill. Same you can see for EC2, how long you have used. So I have used for 106 hours, instances of 5T2.micro. So in the free tier, you can run the EC2 machine for 750 hours. So I have not used for 750 hours, so no cost. You get EBS volume of up to 20 GB. I have only used 11 GB, so no cost. And for load balancer also, you get monthly free tier for load balancer as well. You can use, and you can see I have used for 268 hours, less than for the entire month, and no cost. So services which is free, you don't get any cost for that, but we'll see the consumption time, how long you have used that particular service. And if you have crossed the free tier, then you will see the bill for the same, how much bill you are paying for that particular service. So you get the detailed report for each region, how much resources you have consumed, how long, how many requests, all is there is part of your billing. Right? So let me quickly show you the billing as well in my console. If I go back, I'll quickly close these links not required. Right now, I'll just leave. Let me close the tabs. Okay, so I'll get into my billing dashboard. So either I can go from here in a billing and cost management, or in my dashboard landing page, if I have a permission, I can see the billing information. For me, it is $60 in the current month. If I click here, I can jump to a page of billing and cost management, and I can see that the detailing about the report, right? I can get the detailing about the report. I have a cost of $58 with me. And if I want to get the bills of the previous month to view that how the bills looks like, what is the usage, I can go back and I can download the bill as well. So I'll say I want this for the last month, right? And I'll just download that. One second. So here you can see there is $0, but actually the bill is paid because as an AI, we get the credits. So if I quickly go back to a service EC2, let me check. Where is EC2? Yeah, this is ECR. Yeah, Elastic Cloud Compute. You can see I paid around $25 for EC2, but that dollars is paid automatically on my behalf because as an instructor, we get the credits. So that's why it is showing 00 because the amount is paid by the AWS itself from the credits, but usage you can see it's $25.63. In the Mumbai region, I have paid $9. In the Singapore region, I have paid $3 for a EC2. So you can see you get the billing, which EC2 instance you use, how long you have used, all this information is there for your usage, right? So that you have, and if you want to see that the utilization, I can go to Cost Explorer and I can view the usage of the resources. You can see, right? So total cost every day, which resource is utilizing, I can view it in my Cost Explorer as well. So I want a monthly granularity, that's fine. And one thing that I need to check, just give me 1 second. So you'll see negative. Now you can see average monthly cost, right from November onwards, every month average cost you can see, and also the colored chart. So for relational databases, I have paid somewhere $80 in the month of February. For EC2, I have paid $24. For ELB, I have paid $70. So I can make a use of Cost Explorer to view that which services I have used and how much cost I have paid for that service, right? So in the month of April, $51, and you can see the bifurcation across the services. So you can use Cost Explorer to view that which services you are utilizing and to understand how much cost you are spending on each service. Okay, is the idea clear? So you can view your bills, you can view your services usage by jumping into Cost Explorer. You can see the patterns of the usage of the cost of services. Is that idea clear, team? So you can analyze the trends of the services that you are making use of. Apart from that, we get the feature of consolidated billing with organization. So if you enable AWS organization, you get the feature of consolidated billing. Now, what is a feature of consolidated billing? We pay a single bill for all accounts in your AWS organization, right? So a single bill for all the AWS accounts we pay. So what's the benefit that you get there? So let's say account A is paying $20, close to $20, close to $20. So approximately somewhere 69 or 68, yeah, $73 that you are paying in all total. Management account also has a fee. So that's fine. I'm paying a single bill. That's a benefit that I have of consolidated billing. But with the help of organization, you can also get the volume based discount because when we consider the resources, so here you can see for S3 account 1 has utilized 2 terabytes, for account 2 has utilized 5 terabytes, account 3 has utilized 7 terabytes. So when I pay the bill for S3, it will consider the usage of S3 as 14 terabytes, right? So if I use more, I pay less. So that's a beauty that if you enable organization, you also get eligible for volume based discount because we consider the consumption of services across all the accounts. So the more you use across different accounts, the less you pay in the bills. So you get the volume based discount as well if you enable the organization. And if I increase that number, let's say this is 20 terabytes, this is 50 terabytes, this is 70 terabytes, right? In that case, it's going to be 140 terabytes of S3 usage. And if I use 140 bytes of S3, then the cost per GB for me is reduced. So we have seen that limit before for S3. If I scroll down, see for first 50 by terabytes, it's $0.03. If you use more than that, it's 0.022 per GB. And I can store the data at a lower cost in S3. Why this happened? Because of consolidated billing. So volume-based discounts you can get with consolidated billing feature of organization. Okay, is the idea clear, team? What benefit you get with the consolidated billing of organization? More discounts. Because the more you use, the less you pay, right? We have a pricing tools. So you want to get the alerts, how much budget is already consumed, what you have allotted. So what you can do in that case, you can go to billing and cost management and you can set the budgets, right? You can set the budgets. So you can see my monthly expenditure I have set is $70. And if it crosses 75%, 50%, I need to receive a alert. So I can set the budgets, right? So you can see my budget is set, right? And I will get the alerts as well for this budget. So if the cost is exiting 72% is which is of the total cost, if I cross the 72% of the allotted one, I will receive a alert. What I will receive an email that I have crossed the threshold of 72%. So please make sure maybe this month you will get more cost, right? So I can get the forecasted cost the way I'm utilizing the resources by the month end, it will be $113. And I've already spent it $58.79, which is 83% there. So in my account, I have received an email as well for the same, right? And I can configure the alerts when to receive alerts at what actions. 50% is cross, 75% is cross. I can configure it. So how much budget you have consumed if you want to receive an alert, you can use a feature of billing and cost management called as budgets, right? So you can create your budgets as per your requirement. If you want, you can create more budgets as well. Monthly cost budget, set a limit, provide an email address on which you want to receive an email, and boom, create your budget. So when you reach 85%, you will receive alert. When you reach 100%, you will receive alert. And if your forecasted usage is more than 100% what budget you allocated, you will receive an alert. So it can give you alert if your budget threshold is getting crossed. You will get an automatic email from a budget. And for that, you need to provide the email address on which you want to receive the alerts. So this can help you out in protecting yourself from using more resources, or in your account, you can get the alert and then you can terminate the resources that you don't need. So that's another tool that you can set to receive an alert, how much budget you have consumed from the allocated limit that you want to keep for your AWS account. Cost Explorer, I have shown you the visualization tool that can show you that which services is consuming how much data. You can see the patterns as well that we have seen on the screen. And next thing that we have is the support plans. So we talked about support plans already. So basic support plan is available to all AWS customers. And if you need more support right from AWS, you can subscribe to different support plans. You have developer, you have business, you have enterprise on RAM, and you have enterprise, right? So trusted advisor checks, as mentioned before, all trusted advisor checks, if you require, you can get with business support plan. Minimum where you need to subscribe is business support plan. If you want all trusted advisor check, if you want a manager right from AWS to help you out in following up best practices, you can get that in the form of TAM, and that is only possible with enterprise on RAM and enterprise, where you get the support from the managers working in AWS in following the best practices for you. And if you want a support for your architecture that you are building, you want some guidance on that, go with the developer support plan. So different support plans are there. You can select from that. If you don't select any support plan, default that is available to all customers is basic support plan. We discussed that in the last module. This is a part of this module. So TAM, a technical account manager, a primary point of contact for you at AWS, and it can help you out with guidance, with technical expertise if you want to deploy architecture and how you can follow best practices in your account. So a person can help you out there. Okay. And a quick knowledge check, which of the following is the lowest support plan that includes all the trusted advisor check? The lowest support plan that includes all the trusted advisor check. So we have a developer, we have business, we have enterprise, and we have enterprise on ramp as well, which is not here. So which support plan includes all the trusted advisor check, right? That is business. This is a minimum support plan you want to adopt for. I can see the answer A is appearing, but also B and C. So remember, if you want all trusted advisor checks, minimum support plan that you need to opt for is business. This is a support plan minimum you have to opt for to have a real-time guidance for all the checks by trusted advisor in your AWS. Okay, great. And apart from that, you have a marketplace. Now, we have seen in AWS EC2 that if you want the AMI with pre-configured tools, you can go to marketplace. So if you need some services, pre-configured services, you can go to AWS marketplace. Link is shared by my colleague in the chat. If I quickly go to the browser, I'll use that link shared by my colleague and I'll paste it here. And I can get the details of the marketplace, what I need there. I can get that particular option here, right? So if you want a support for a product, you can select that particular product who provide that products. And if you don't need product, you can simply select the categories you want across infrastructure support, you want across networking, DevOps, you can select them. So I'll say I want support across the DevOps. I'll select that. You have a list of vendors that provides a DevOps support that you can select. So I'll say that I want a DevOps support right from VMware. I'll select that, and then you can see the options here for which categories you require. So if I click on the categories, right? If I say view results, okay, I need to click explicitly now on the buttons and you can see. So the tools that is available right from the VMware, you can get the certified Bitnami image, right, by VMware. You can get Nginx server with SSL certificate installed in it. So all these options are available to you in a marketplace. So if you want to subscribe to this, you can select and you can subscribe. So maybe I want Nginx ingress controller to be utilized. I click on this. And when I click on this, it takes me into the account where I can subscribe to it. And I can use that service from the marketplace in my AWS account. You can see. So I can purchase the service and I can deploy that into my AWS account. Okay, so that's the beauty that you have of the marketplace. If you want pre-configured application, pre-configured solution to be utilized in your AWS account, go to marketplace and purchase it for you. Yes, Deepak.
Yeah, so is this something that is like out of AWS console, right? So this service is like external services which we are purchasing and integrating it in our AWS account.
No.
Is that
This
correct?
is not a external services. It's marketplace of AWS. As we have a Play Store in the Android, we do all things right from the Google Play Store. Same is here. It's a AWS marketplace. Here I can find it out, but if I want to utilize it, I will be built inside the AWS account. So here also, if I just sign in, so this is external for the members who do not have a AWS account. They can find it out whether they have a support from a vendor in AWS or not. But actually, when you use that service of marketplace, you get built inside your AWS account. So you can see AWS marketplace. This is where I actually purchase and I pay the bill. It is within AWS, right? It is within AWS. So you can see I have a Bedrock Cloud. I have subscribed to that product. But in case if you want to discover more products, you want to subscribe to it, you can subscribe right from your AWS account itself. It's not an external service. It's a part of AWS marketplace.
Okay, got it. So it's kind of like a plugin that we have that we need
Yeah,
based on the
ready-made solution
requirement.
for, yeah, exactly. For example, I require a note manager in my Android phone. I go to Play Store, I search for a tool, note manager, and I can download, I can use in my Android phone. Same is here. In your AWS account, you want pre-configured machines, pre-configured solutions from the vendors. You can use that from the marketplace.
Got it, got it. Thanks.
Okay. Awesome. So that's marketplace that we have, right? You have solutions across different categories. Explore that, see the vendors for which you want to use solution and use that in your AWS account. And that completes our module of pricing. And let's quickly see the knowledge check and then we'll go for a short break. So which action a customer can perform with a consolidated billing, right? What feature you get with a consolidated billing? I can see the first answer appearing right from Samira and then from Gopichand. That's right. So it can combine the usage of services and we can get eligible for a volume based pricing discount. Great. Which pricing tool is used to visualize, understand, and manage AWS cost usage over the time? I want to visualize the usage of the services over the period of the time. Which tool can help me out in this case? Visualize the usage of services. I'll quickly take you to the console. I can see the mix of answers there. So I'll just go to billing and cost management. And you can see the usage of the services over the period of the time, right? And if you want to tune this, we can tune this as well. I just need to change the cost category here. Second. Charge type, because as I said, we get the credits. That's why it shows in the negative, but actually this is the text. So you can see the monthly utilization of the resources and I can see the trends. I am going more on RDS as a part of a POCs compared to EC2 in last few months. Otherwise, it's EC2 that I'm utilizing more as a part of a demos. So I can see the trends and that is given by Cost Explorer, right? So if you want to see the trends of usage of AWS services and cost over the period of the time, it's Cost Explorer that provides you that option. Pricing calculator is for estimation. So if you provide a customer that you can run your workload on AWS and customer asks you that, okay, you want to move the customer workload on AWS, tell me what will be the monthly cost that I need to bear for that workload to run. And there you create the estimation with the help of pricing calculator. So this provides that if customer is going to the cloud, estimately what is a monthly cost that customer that need to pay. So what is monthly estimation that you need to pay if you jump to AWS? This is what pricing calculator tells you. So it's not option A, it's option C. Okay, that's the right one, a cost explorer that can give you the visualization of the usage of services over the period of time, right? Which tool a customer can use to receive alerts when their service usage crosses the defined threshold. So I'll say that monthly I want to spend $200. If this threshold is crossed, which service feature can help me out to receive the alerts? Right, I can see the correct answer appearing in the chat. That is AWS budgets that can help us out in this case. Awesome. A company want to receive a support from a TAM, a technical account manager. So to which support plan they should subscribe? Awesome. So I can see the answer is appearing C. So if you need a support of a TAM, you need to subscribe to Enterprise or Enterprise on RAM. Two options are there for you.
Kamlesh, quick question.
So C. Yeah, Marco.
This is a physical person, the TIM.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Great. And that completes our module for pricing and support. I hope all is good till this point. In case if you have any query, let me know. If all is good, we can go for a short break, which was supposed to be at 9:45. So thank you for providing that additional 5 minutes to me to complete the current module. We'll go for a short break, and once that break is over, we'll come back and we'll meet again to cover our next module that we have in the outline. So enjoy the break, team. Okay, team, I'm back in session. If you are back, please type your update in the chat. Great. Awesome. So let me quickly bring my next module that I have. It is about migration and innovation, right? So this is a bit theoretical model, right? And let's cover this module, this migration and innovation. Once it is done, we'll see that how we can prepare for an exam. And my colleague also made the consolidated links as well for all the modules that we have covered. So once this last module is done, we'll see how your exam looks like, how you can register for an exam, right? And what kind of questions you have in the exams and consolidated links and references that were shared by my colleague in the chat. We'll share this at the end of the session. Okay, so let's begin with our next module, migration and innovation, right? In this module, we'll first talk about a cloud adoption framework. Now, moving to the cloud is not a one-day job and it's not a decision of a one person. It's a lot of efforts that we need to put if we need to go from on-premise to the cloud, right? So it's not I go and I'll say that tomorrow I want to work with the cloud. It's required a lot of planning, a lot of teams comes in picture, and then we jump to the cloud. So we'll talk about cloud adoption framework. So if you are moving to the cloud, cover the perspectives, right, that need to be taken into consideration, inform the people, bring the control, bring the governance that you will implement while shifting to the cloud. And apart from that, what platform you use, how security will be implemented, all those things need to be taken into perspective. Apart from that, when we are moving to the cloud, we might have a different migration strategies because I already run the application in the cloud in on-premise. If I'm migrating to the cloud, what different migration strategies exist? Apart from that, we'll talk about AWS Snowball Edge. Now, if you want to migrate your data in a short span of time, a huge amount of data, maybe in petabytes or exabytes, how this device can help you out in transferring the data offline, right? And how you can start innovating with AWS by moving to the serverless platform, by making a use of AI/ML as a part of your, the AI/ML powered services as a part of your application. And we'll also talk about the well architected framework. So if you are ready with the plan, if you are ready with the platform that you will utilize to migrate your application, your POC is done. Now you are migrating to the cloud. If you want to evaluate your solution, are you following the best practices in your solutions or not? This well architected framework tool can help you out in that case. So let's quickly see first the cloud adoption framework, right? So if company is planning to migrate to the cloud, AWS provides guidance in a white paper of cloud adoption framework. So company can read that and can understand how they can migrate to the cloud smoothly, right? How they can migrate to the cloud smoothly and quickly by following which best practices. And when we talk about this cloud adoption framework, it covers 6 areas, right? It covers 6 areas. It brings 6 areas under the focus called as perspectives, right? And what are those 6 areas? One is around the business capability, another is around the technical capability. So, first thing, if you are moving to the cloud, is there the requirement of moving to the cloud? Is your business required the IT services running in the cloud? Second thing, if you're moving to the cloud, as I said, I cannot say that I want to work with the cloud tomorrow and I can jump it. I need to make sure that I inform my people, I train my people that now we are migrating to the clouds. Please start ramping up, start learning the cloud because in near future, in some months, you will be utilizing your resources on cloud. We need to inform people as well doing that we jump blindly. We make sure that we add the governance factor there to monitor that are we moving smoothly and quickly to the cloud? Is there is any problem in assigning in aligning the business strategies with the IT solution? Is there is any problem? We should have a governance control as well. So we should take into consideration all these from business perspective. And when we are jumping to the cloud, which platform will be used, which security services will use, how we will operate on the cloud, right? Will I use a human workforce for every task, or I will also include automation as a part of moving to the cloud as well, right? So that's very, very important. The 6 areas of focus that you should go through a white paper to understand how we can move the cloud smoothly and quickly. So let's quickly see that if you think about business perspective. So we'll make sure that whatever your goals are, business goals that you are want to achieve, are able to achieve that with the help of the IT services. And stakeholders. Once you decide that, okay, these are the business goals that you need to achieve and this services can help you out. Next thing comes people. You need to make sure that you inform the people, you train your staff, you train your HRs and managers, how they can work on the cloud, how they can with the IT services that we want to make use of. So CIO, business analytics, enterprise architect, program managers, all those comes into a discussion there. So that is with respect to the business perspective. Platform, what you want to utilize as a platform to run your services, right? Again, there comes your CTO, IT managers, solution architects who play the role in deciding what platform to use, what security services you will use. So IT managers, security analysts will come into discussion there for deciding which security services to use, how to secure the infrastructure in the cloud, and operations, how you want to operate, right? Which automation tools you will use, which workflows will be trained for managing that task. Then IT operation manager and support manager comes into the picture. They should be aware of that which tools to utilize. So moving to the cloud is not a one-time action that we can take. It requires a proper planning, and all those things should be taken into consideration, right? So my colleague shared the link for the cloud adoption framework, right? If you want to dive deep into the white paper, you can refer that white paper that can help you out about those perspectives. I have covered that in the short manner that what those perspectives are and which members comes in focus for discussion for that respective perspectives. So once you plan that, okay, you are moving to the cloud, already you have some application which is running in your on-premise data center, right? So you want to migrate those applications to the cloud. So if you're starting fresh, no problem. You don't need to worry about you're starting fresh. But if you're migrating your on-premise applications to the cloud, there are different migration strategies, right? And based on how you want to move, you can select your migration strategy for your application. So if there is some services which is not being used now by your organization, so you will retire those services. You will not shift that to the cloud. So you'll retire those services simply. If you have some services which has a compliance and data residency requirement that it should run on premise itself, or you want to later on decide what to do with that services, that is not important. So you can keep that services running in your data center without any problem. And now the services that you want to move. For example, you are utilizing a CRM, a customer relationship management tool in your on-premise data center. Now you don't want to use CRM, you want to use Salesforce, right? To manage your CRM workload. So you repurchase, you go from a CRM on-premise to the Salesforce as a tool to manage your CRM. That will help you out. For example, you are running servers on premise. So you have a servers on premise. You don't want to use servers now, you want to go serverless with your applications. In that case, you can go with refactor or re-architecting the design of your applications. So if you want to jump from server to serverless, think about refactoring your application. So how you want to migrate, different factors you can select for your migrations. You are already running a MySQL on your machine, right? Locally in your on-premise data center, you are running a MySQL server, right? And you want to make sure that I don't want to use MySQL. I want to use Aurora MySQL there, right? I want to use AWS proprietary service, Aurora MySQL. So you are re-platforming. You are not utilizing the software that you are utilizing, but you are jumping to another software. Re-platform your application, right? Apart from that, you have a rehost. So you are running a server on premise. You migrate the same server with the application to EC2. So that is rehosting. And you have a relocating. You are already utilizing a services on premise. Maybe you are running Kubernetes. Maybe you are running VMware in your on-premise data center, and now you want to utilize Kubernetes. You want to use VMware on cloud. So you can definitely run for running Kubernetes. You have Amazon EKS as a service that you can use. You can relocate your Kubernetes workload on Amazon EKS. And if you are running VMware, you want to use the same technology on the cloud, you can use VMware on AWS Cloud. So the strategy depends on how you want to migrate your application. You can select that strategy, plan, and migrate your application with respect to that 7 migration strategies that you see on the screen, right? So you have different migration strategies based on the application that you want to move, how you want to move. You select your migration strategy to move that application to the cloud. Okay. Retain is for what situation? For example, some applications has data residency requirement, right? And you want to make sure that it is running in your on-premise data center. You will retain such application in on-premise data center, or maybe some applications which is more complex. You don't know how to detangle such application and run on a cloud. Such applications you can retain in that situation. Maybe later on, once you get familiar with the cloud, you understand the services in the much more depth, then you start detailing such complex applications to move to the cloud. So in that case, you will retain such applications on premise. Okay, Zafar, does it answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much, Kamesh.
Awesome. And I can see Marco, your hand is high. Let me know.
Yeah, Kamlesh, a quick question for the retain strategy. Can we consider that as part of the hybrid cloud as well?
Yeah, it can be for a hybrid cloud as well. So you want to make sure that you have application running on premise. Now you're not able to reach that capacity, then use some capacity from the cloud. Use hybrid approach there as well. That's also work it out.
All right, thanks.
Right. So decide your migration strategy to move the application. So let's quickly see an example. Which migration strategy involves moving from a traditional license to a software as a service model? So which strategy you feel is meeting the given requirement? You go from the traditional licensing option to software as a service model, right? To software as a service model. Okay, so I can see the answer is appearing A, C in the chat from most persons, but it is D, right? So you use software as a service, right? Maybe you jump to Salesforce, or maybe use marketplace for the licensing purpose. You don't want now a hardcore license. You will purchase the same from the vendor in the cloud. So that is repurchasing, not replatforming. Okay, it's not replatforming, it's repurchasing. You use a software-based licenses now rather than uh, licenses that you are buying before, right? So that is repurchasing. Now, of course, first time you will feel like this is difficult to understand because everything is starting with R. Some you can definitely understand quickly. Some of them require the references. So what I will quickly do here, I'll quickly share the link right from the AWS community about those strategies. You can read and you can get the clarity, because sometimes you also get the questions on the 7R of migration as well, right? So I shared the link in the chat for the same. It's right from AWS, the details about each migration strategy. Okay, going out further, let's talk about Snowball Edge device. So if you want to transfer humongous amount of data from on-premise data center to the cloud, in the offline way, then this Snowball Edge devices can help you out. So you can see you have two variants of Snowball Edge devices. One that support a capacity of 80 terabyte, another that support a capacity of 42 terabyte. One is compute optimized, one is edge optimized. So two configurations are there. And if you want to transfer your data offline, you can use those Snowball devices. AWS will send these devices to you in your on-premise data center at a location that you specify. You copy the data to the Snowball devices. That back to AWS, and AWS will unload that data into S3. Or online connection. In that case, you can make a use of Snowball Edge, right? And this is a device, right, which cannot be tempered. And AWS has tested the device as well. And the video for the link is being shared by my colleague in the chat for a YouTube link if you want to watch how tempered, how rugged these devices, right? How it can secure your data. You can see that in the clip as well, how these devices are tested by AWS so that you can trust these devices to transfer your data from your on-premise data center to the cloud, right? So you can use these devices to do the offline transfer. Pack your data into this, provide to the AWS, and AWS will unload this data into S3 for you. And then you can use your data for your applications, right? So that is Snowball Edge devices. And once you migrate your applications to AWS, start innovating, right? Start innovating. See what you use today, how you can, what I can say, optimize your applications. Go with serverless services. Use AI/ML powered services in your applications. Now, when I say AI/ML powered services, let me quickly show you an example that can help you out in developing an application. And one such service which is powered by AI, which is Amazon Q. It is powered by Gen AI. And what the service can do, it can help you out as a developer. It can give you the code suggestions. It can generate an entire code for you as well. So what we need to do with Amazon Q? So Amazon Q is a service where I can simply give a prompt, right? I will pass a prompt to Amazon Q, and Amazon Q can provide me probably the code as well for the prompt that I have provided. So it's a Gen AI powered service. So if I quickly show you that small demo for the same, so I'll quickly open my VS Code as an application. Okay, and I configured this Amazon Q on my machine. It is available freely as well to the developers. We have a limitation on the usage, but also you can subscribe to it as well. So I don't want to save this. Let's close everything. Okay, so I'll go to this particular file. Okay, it is not there. I'll just close this as well. And let me open a folder. Okay, I just opened the folder, and now you can see I have a code, right? As a developer, I write a code to interact with the S3. So if I want to create a S3 bucket with the help of a code, you can see that's a code that is available to me. Now I created the bucket. I want to upload a code into a bucket, right? I want to upload a code into a bucket. And let me see why I cannot see the Amazon queue. Just give me 1 second. It is available as an application. So I'll write as Amazon queue. Okay. So it is there. And yeah, here you can see Amazon queue is active, right? Currently it is running. Now, if I go to my file, which is test.py, let's say I want to upload a file into S3. So I don't need to write as a code. I can simply write a comment here, create a function to upload file in S3. And now you can see the Amazon queue is reading the comment, and it will give a suggestion why it is not working. Let's see. Okay, saying it is activating the extension. Let's see. If I keep on typing, okay, I think there is updates going on. That's why it is running in that way. Just give me 1 second. See the suggestions we get. Okay, so I think my Amazon queue is also getting update. You can see, right? But it directly gives you a suggestion. You can see Amazon queue is generating, right? So it will take time because it is updating the plugin. Once the plugin is updated, it will give me the suggestions as well. So let's see. Yeah, you can see suggestion is available now. Upload a file. How I can upload simply with this particular. So it helps us out with the code completion, and as well as if you need that, I don't need to write a code, but I need to have a complete code available with me. I don't need suggestions. You can talk to Amazon Q. The way you work with the chat GPT, in the same way, I can open a chat panel and maybe I can say that uh, a question that I need a code in Python for CRUD operations on Dynamo DB. I'll paste this prompt and you can see it verifies I'm an authenticated user because my CLI is configured, and then I'll say re-authenticate. Okay, so I think there is an issue. I'll just say copy and let me just paste the link to authenticate my VS Code for Amazon Q, right? Let me just sign in via builder ID. So I'll add my email. I'll add my password. Okay, it asks me for a verification code. So I just need to get there in the Gmail. So for developers, they can configure this. Just copy this code. I'll paste what happened. I paste the code. Verify. And once it is done, okay, so just give me a minute there. Yeah, request approved. Now I can go. What happened here? Why is it so? It's a problem with the plugin. Let's say, okay, I'll do that and I just restart my VS Code. And Deepak, I think you have a query. Your hand is high. Let me know.
Yeah, Kamlesh. So, actually, I read about the Code Whisperer, which is the service provided by AWS. I think that also help us to generate the code. So, uh,
It is renamed as Amazon Q now.
oh, okay. So it's
It's
Code
the same.
Whisperer only. Okay, got it.
Exactly.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
fine. So I think my VS Code is taking time to get uploaded. Okay, it is done. It is loading. Let it load. But I hope that small demo that you have seen, it was helping me out in completing the code, as well as I can interact the way I interact with ChatGPT to get the code generated for me with Amazon Q as well. So plugins are getting loaded. It will take some time. So by the time it does, let's go to the slides. And the last thing that we have is the well-architected framework, right? Now, what this well-architected framework? It's a tool that we have, right? It's a tool that we have in account. And what does help you out in understanding that are you designing a reliable, secure, efficient, and cost-effective systems in the cloud? So it gives you the idea that are you designing the systems which is reliable, cost-efficient, and performant, right? So all those things it checks for your solutions that you want to design, right? And how it does that? It does that by having a set of questions. So AWS has created a questions which is based on design principles. So what is the design that various customers are operating, utilizing to run their workload? Based on that, they have created the questions. So you have a questions based on design principle. So the solution that you are trying to deploy in the cloud, evaluate that solution by answering the questions that you have in well-architected frame. And if you provide okay. Sorry, I think I had a network glitch team. Am I audible? Thank you. So this well-architected framework is nothing but the collection of questions, right? It is based on design principles. AWS generated these questions. Whenever you try to deploy your solutions, you want to identify, are you following the best practices in your solution that you are deploying? Go to this well-architected tool and answer the questions. And in case if you're not following certain best practices, it can give you recommendation that how you can incorporate that best practices into your solutions, right? How you can incorporate the best practices in your solution. And these questions are around the 6 pillars, right? And this 6 pillars we can remember with simple acronym, which is CROPS with additional S. So C stands for cost optimization, R stands for reliability, O stands for operational excellence, P stands for performance efficiency, S stands for security. So it's crops. And last that we have is sustainability. So crops with additional S can help you out to remember this acronym. You can go to this well-architected tool in your AWS account. I can simply go there, well-architected tool. And this well-architected tool has set of questions. So you create your uh, workload that what you are trying to create. So you can see I have some workloads already. So you create your workload and you can see that it gives you the set of questions. So I have around 60 questions there. If I say continue reviewing the well-architected framework, you will see it will ask you the set of questions across those 6 pillars. You can see, right? And answer this. For example, if I go to the reliability, right? So how do you plan for a network topology, right? So are you utilizing a network connectivity for your public endpoints? Yes, I'm utilizing. Are you ensuring your IP subnet allocation account for expansion and availability? I haven't considered it, but I will exhaust my IP addresses. I'll select that I have only used this particular feature in my solution. I'll say save and execute. And now you will see I have answered 3 questions, and you can see I'm not following the best practices. I'm at high risk. And if I go back here, if I see the high risk which is there, here you can see the improvement plan that it provides you. So I answered right now for network topology. How I can improve the network topology? It gives me the recommendation operation. So ensure you allocate and think of expansion of your subnet in case if you exhaust your IP addresses, how you can do that. If I click on that, it takes me to the documentation, how I can implement the expansion of the subnet, what things I can do. So this entire documentation guide is there to you to evaluate your solutions. That is what this well-architected tool does for you. It's a set of questions that you can answer to identify are you following the best practices in your solutions or not. So this is what this well-architected tool does for you. Okay, is the idea clear, team? What this tool is doing for you, the well-architected tool, how it can help you out in evaluating your solutions. And that completes our module number 9, which is the last module that we have, right, in this module. So let's quickly see the knowledge check. Which AWS Cloud Adoption Framework perspective helps you to select, right, helps you to structure the selection of implementation of permissions, right? So which perspective help you out in selecting a structure of implementation of permissions? Great. So I can see the correct answer occurring in the chat. It's the security perspective. We have 6 perspectives. How will you secure? That you can specify in the security perspective considerations there. Okay. Which strategies are included in the 7 strategies of application migration? So we have read the 7 R's. Among those 7 R's, 2 R's are in this particular option. So which are those 2 R's? So I can see the correct answer appearing in the chat: retaining and rehosting. Exactly. Great. Which is the most appropriate use case for Snowball Edge storage optimized device? So when you will use Snowball family to your use case, right? In which use case you will use Snowball Edge devices, right? So when we use Snow family, in which use cases we use? In case if you want a large data to be migrated, we can use these Snowball devices or Snow family devices to migrate our data quickly to the cloud in a short span of time. Okay, which is the storage capacity of Snowball Edge storage optimized device? So we have 2 kind of device. One is edge optimized, one is compute optimized. So what will be the answer in this case? Right, so I'm sure you does not remember the number. I can see the answer which is coming AC. So definitely C is the correct answer, and we can go back and we can verify that as well by looking at the comparison here. So edge optimized devices 80 terabytes, compute optimized devices 42 terabytes. They have a usable storage in terms of storing the data that you want to migrate. So I can see many of the members guess the correct value. Few members was mentioning 42. So I just wanted to go back to the slide which include the information. Okay, and I think this completes our module number 9. So we covered all the modules that we had in the Cloud Practitioner Essentials, which is first stepping stone when you come on the journey of AWS Cloud. And I hope you got the insights as well about the services, how these services help you out, in which scenarios we can work with the services, how we can optimize the cost, how we can distribute the load. We covered various concepts there. I hope you enjoyed the session. And in case if you have any query, let me know. Awesome. So what I will quickly do now, because my colleague has put the effort as well for you to provide you the entire documentation. So I'll quickly share that documentation created by my colleague Nehal. So thank you, Nehal, for bundling up all that links. So just give me a second. I'll provide you all the links in the chat, module wise links. So I'll quickly share both the links with you in the chat. Just give me 1 second. Where it is in the downloads. Yeah. So my colleague not only provided the links, but also provided the short descriptions. Why I'm not able to attach, let me see. Okay, I'm not able to attach it here. So just give me 1 second. What I will do to share it, I will add it to the S3 so that you can download. So just give me 1 second. Get into a bucket that I created before. And I'll create a folder here first and I'll share the folder with you. And let me add a files there. Okay, so I added this folder and I'll share the link quickly. So I'll copy the URL. This is first URL that you can use for links. Another URL which is short notes that I will add in the link. So two links are shared. And now about the question and answers, right? So AWS provides you that question and answers already. So if I do AWS CPE, and if I quickly go back in the AWS CPE, right? AWS provides you the 4-step plan, right? And in that 4-step plan, you will get the set of common questions. I think my colleague also shared the link as well in the chat. So here you can see the 4-step plan to prepare for your exam right from AWS. And in this particular plan, you have a pre-test which is available. I'll copy this. There are 20 questions which is available right from the AWS for the exams. So I'll copy this particular link address. I'll share this in the chat. Right? And if you want to refresh, you want to revisit the course as well, you can get the same course available right from the AWS, right? And you want to learn this in the gaming environment, you can go with AWS Cloud Quest, Cloud Practitioner, where you can learn the fundamentals of Cloud Practitioner in the gaming environment. Or if you want fundamentals of Cloud Essentials, you can get that as well as a part of the course. Right? So all the links that you can refer for your reference or purpose that is available. 20 questions, I have shared the link, right? Or you can go to this particular page, you can refer this. Some of the material is available free of cost, some of the material is paid. So you can refer the questions right from this particular links, right? And material that you can use from here. And in case you want to get more questions for practice, just type AWS CPE questions. A lot of providers are available to you that you can use questions from. Right? A lot of exams questions are there. Providers are there. They can provide you exam or sample questions there. Right? So 20-30 questions you get by default. If you need more, just go and look for the questions available on the net, because as a trainers, we cannot share the terms for exam. Right? That's a compliance that we have to follow. And in case if you want to book for an exam, I can see the query from the Nayansha. Yes, if you want to book for the exam, you need to jump to the site aws.training. This is where you need to go for exam aws.training. I'll copy the link and I'll paste that in the chat for exam booking. Go on this particular site www.aws.training. Sign in. If you don't have an account, you can create your account as well. So I'm signing with a builder ID. You have your APN account, you can sign in via APN as well, or with your personal account as well. So I'll go with the builder ID. I have credentials. You can use APN as well. So I'll say I'll sign in with the builder ID. Once I sign in with the builder ID, just give me a second there. Okay. So you can go to the certification tab at the top. So here you can see you have a certification tab. You click on the certification tab. It takes you to the cp.certmetrics.com, and there you can book for your exam. Is there is a validity time for a certifications? Yes, you have validity for a certifications as well. Let me quickly show you that as well. Let me just sign in, right? So I'll quickly go to the exam history. You can see every certification. I have an exam date and when it will expire. You have that information as well, right? So every certification has a time, which is period of 3 years. And after that, you need to reappear for exam, right? So that is what is there. So every exam that you give, you have exam date and when it will expire. So that is there with you, right? So if I go to certification status, you can see exam I will go on for a date and when it will expire. It's a period of 3 years that you have for expiration. Okay, and if you need to register an exam, you have an exam registration here. Click on it, click on scheduler exam. Okay, and here you type your exam. I'll type CPE Cloud Practitioner Essentials. Just yeah, give it to CLF02. So select this, click on schedule, and then you can register for your exam. You can make the payment, and you can appear for your exam. Now, when you go for an exam, you have two options. Either you can appear from home or you can appear right from your location, which is test center, right? So you decide whether you want to appear for exam from home or at a test center. Select that and register your exam. So I'll say I want to go to the test center. I'll say next. What language you want to utilize? English. Next. Agree to the terms and condition. Select your date and time when you want to go for an exam. Maybe I want to go into this particular location. So based on my address that I have fed, it shows me the test centers which is near to me. So I want to go into this particular test center. I'll say next, and I can select the date and the time that I require. So maybe I will go in the month of Jan, in the June. June, I'll go there. I'll select a time slot when I want to go for an exam. Right, you have different time slots available to you. So you can see this test center provides 4 time slots. So maybe I want to go at 2 p.m. I'll say book this appointment and then I need to make a payment of the fees. You can see with this $100 plus GST, which goes to $118 for an exam. So if I'm okay, I can proceed to checkout. I can pay the fees and I can appear for an exam. Sorry, I think again I had a network glitch, team. Am I audible, team? Awesome. Thank you. So you
Yes,
can
you are
make,
audible.
you can make a payment. You can register for an exam. If you get a code from your organization, you can add a code to waive off the fees, right? So it depends on if you are going with your own cost. You can definitely use your personal ID. If you get a voucher from organization, it will be a call for Spock, whether to go with your personal email ID or with or organizational email ID. That a Spock can tell you. And for this AWS certification exam, quickly go back here. You have an exam for 90 minutes and you get 60 questions there. Let's quickly revisit that. So I'll do CPE certification. AWS. So you can see the details are there for you. So 90 minutes is the exam duration and 65 is the questions that you get that you can answer, right? It could be multiple choice or multiple response that you can select. Any prerequisite of taking exam test from home? Yes, only prerequisite is when you are appearing in the exam, no one should enter your room. It should be only you in your room when you are giving an exam. If someone else enters a room, that you will be taken back from the exam. So that is one requirement that you have. No one should move around your room. There should not be any noise and there should not be any person in your room. So they have a proctor online. You have a camera on which you are being recorded and they visualize the entire area in which you are sitting and providing your exam. There should not be anyone, no books, no materials. It should be plain environment where nothing is there to copy. Certification name for AWS Cloud Practitioner for booking exam. Certificate name is CLF02 because we have version 2 of exam that is available. So that's the name that we have. And passing score that you have is 700 as my colleague mentioned. Just copy and I'll just paste it here. Okay, yes, Yusuf. Any query?
Kamlesh, yes. Can we attempt the exam from home or we have to go only a test center?
You can go from a home as well while booking the exam. You select home and you can appear from a home as well. So when you book your exam, you select what you want to go. You want to go to the test center or you want to go online right from your home, right? So all information is there, what is expected in the exam. And when you go for an exam, you need to show your IDs, right? So make sure you keep the actual IDs of yours with you. Okay, how many times we can appear for exam? There is no limit. Only limitation that you have is if you fail an exam, you need to wait for 15 days.
Okay, fine.
How many questions?
And we
There
have
are
to pay.
65
We have to pay.
questions.
The voucher will be allowed only once.
That is organization's decision, right? Whether how many times they are providing, I cannot comment on that, right? And I can see the
Okay.
question from the Tushar. 90 minutes we have for the exam and 65 questions we have as a part of an exam.
Hello.
Okay, team. Yes.
Sir, I'm this side Rupam Roy.
Yes, Rupam.
Hello.
Rupam.
Sir, you were showing that mainly normal question, I mean definition type question, it is coming, or like mathematical or statistical question also may come in this exam.
Mathematical or statistical questions are not there. It is only scenario based, right?
Okay.
That is there. And there is good thing. Thank you, Tulika, for mentioning that question. There is no negative marking. If you don't know the answer, select one. It will not reduce your marks. There is no negative marking in the exam. Thanks a lot, Turika, for that question. I forgot to mention that. It will be only MCQ, either multiple choice or multiple response, as I mentioned before. All questions are MCQ. There is no hands-on in the exams of AWS.
That means mainly knowledge purpose question, no mathematical, no statistical.
Exactly. So AWS is only testing your skills. Are you familiar with the services? In which scenarios you will use which services? That is what it tests, nothing else.
And 70% is the passing percentage.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, team, all good. Any more queries?
And sir, one query may be from everyone. This query may be like any competitive banking exam. If I am going, there is some section, 4 section, and in every section I have to get minimum numbers. The here is also same, or totally I have to get 70%.
Okay, so 70% is overall uh, requirement, but when the question comes in exam, it has different weightages on the topics, right? So that I can quickly show you as well. Let me just give me 1 second there. So exam has a different weightages, right? So I'll quickly bring the slide. You can see. So cloud concepts, question will be there around 26%. Questions on security compliance, 25%. Questions on technology, 33%. Questions on the domain of billing and pricing, 16%. So you have this percentage of distribution, what kind of questions you get, and totally you need to score 70%. Nothing more than that.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you. Now, this all would be in 100% section. I mean, there in you can that in banking exam there is an time range. In first 20 minutes, I have to solve every English question. That is total timing.
This is 65 questions you will get, right?
Okay.
And you don't have any limit. You can put all 90 minutes on question number 1. There is no problem.
Okay. Okay, sir. Understood.
Right? So there is no
Thank
limit
you.
that how much time you can spend on a per questions there.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Rupam?
Yes,
Great. So if all is done, as I mentioned in the whiteboard, you can write your feedback in 1 to 2 lines in the chat. And I hope these 2 days was useful for you and you got more insights on AWS. And thanks a lot for your support in the session. You have been there in the session for all the 4 hours for both the days. Thanks a lot. Write your feedback in case if you have any query, do let me know. And thank you, Nehal, for your support as well. Yes, Ajay.
Can we get your mail IDs like that if we get any query in future?
If you have any query, definitely you can drop me an email, not the problem. But remember, Spock of a cloud that should also be there because I cannot entertain the direct questions there, right? So just drop a Spock as well from a cloud that side, and you can send your queries as well. I'll try to answer. Not the problem there. But just make sure that you add your Spock and the cloud that Spock as a part of an email there.
Our Spock who is our Spock cloud?
On the TechM side, I need to check it out because I just received the notification for the training. So just let me check. Spock on the TechM side. Just give me 1 second. In the Outlook. So the Spock on the TechM side was a person. Just give me 1 minute to check that email there. Okay, so I'll check quickly. Second. I can see in the option there Rajpreet, or let me check. Just 1 second. Why it is not opening? Okay. Let me see the list of participants. I think Rajpreet Kaur is there. RK00837889@techmahindra.com. That's a person in the mail. So that you have as probably a coordinator there. I can see that in the email there. So that person is your point of contact. Okay, team. Anything else?
So this deadline of 10th of June, that has been set by Tech Mahindra or by you or AWS?
It's right from everything, right from TechM, nothing from us as a cloud that, right? It's our organization taking the decisions, right? We are the service providers, right? Training providers. We provide the training. When to appear for an exam, it's the decision of an organization there. Of a tech.
Yeah, because it said the meeting invite said 1 month and then the deadline of 10th is like 20 days. So we'll check with the SPOC. Don't worry.
Definitely. They will help you out with that in the limitation, whether it is a soft limit or a hard limit in terms of timeline. But of course, the exam of cloud practitioner, we have covered most services, right? So 30 questions you have already with you. You can look for additional questions on the internet as well. You get it freely. As I said, I have a compliance requirement. I cannot share it. So refer those questions, which is very, very easy. Generally, you have a question which is very simple, right? Only on the services in which scenario you'll use.
So the 30 questions that you're talking about, those will most definitely be in the exam, is it?
It will not be in exam. If it is like that, it's like out of 65 questions, 50% syllabus, you directly get there. That will give you an idea that how the questions are being formed across the scenario. Therefore,
Yeah.
so it's not like that you get
Get it.
all the exam there.
And I was just being a little more greedy. That's about it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we need to be there, but of course it cannot be that easy. But simply
Sure.
it's right. Questions are straightforward. For example, I'll bring simply I'll search Google it out for you. Breaking a compliance there, right? So don't take a screenshots and just bring a sample questions, right? So I'll just open the first link, right? And let's see, I'll say browse the questions that it provides. So see the question, how it is, right? A company is planning to run a global marketing application in the cloud. The application will feature videos that can be viewed by the user. The companies must ensure that all user can view the video with a low latency. Which AWS service can meet this requirement?
Amazon CloudFront.
Done. So that's what I'm saying. It's scenario-based questions. If you know the services, you'll be able to answer. And of course, we have more set of services. When you explore the questions, you'll come to know that. And generally, it is at the fundamental level. It's not in depth.
Yeah. Hey, Kamlesh and Niyal, thank you guys. I need to drop off for another call. Really appreciate this. This has been really one of the best that I've had.
Thank you
over
so much
several
for that
years.
appreciation. Okay. So great team. If all is good, you don't have any query, already the time is passed. If you have query, I'm there to answer it out. If there is no query, you can drop a feedback, you can end the session, and best of luck for your exams. Yes, Aktachaya. I can see your hand
Hi.
is high.
Yeah. Hi, Kamlesh. Actually, I have a query like while logging into AWS, right?
Mhm.
We have to use our organizational ID or our personal email ID?
For registering an exam,
Yes.
so see, it's a Spock that can answer this, right? I cannot say it. Generally, you can use both. If a Spock says, okay, you can use your personal email ID, you can use personal email ID, else you have to use organization ID. So Spock can answer on that part.
So,
So the
sorry,
one,
sir.
yes, Rupam.
Sir, actually, the same question in this
And
question.
Rupam, just one thing, let me tell you, you can directly call me a Kamlesh. We are in corporate life. There is no, sir
Okay,
and
sorry,
teacher.
sir.
Yeah,
Sorry,
directly
sorry,
call me
sorry.
Kamlesh there. Yeah. Tell
Sorry,
me.
sorry, very much sorry.
Yeah.
In this case, like in Microsoft, we can use like 4 or 5 account total. It may be my personal 3, 4 account and corporate 1 account. In this same system or another system?
It's same. When you create your ID on AWS, when you register your exam, it will create your ID with that email ID. If it is organization email ID, it will associate a certificate to that ID. If it is your personal email ID, it will associate a certificate to that.
No. I am asking that I can use 3 or 4 account. I mean, minimum 2 account mail ID in same account. One my personal and one from Tech Mahindra.
Okay, so I'll quickly show you that thing that you are asking.
Like in Microsoft.
I haven't gone to Azure yet, right? If I go back here in the certifications, right? So when you register for a certification, it asks you for an email IDs, right? So which is the communication email ID that you have to mention? Of course, you can have 2 email IDs as well here in AWS. Just let me sign in there. Okay, and I can see the question from the Tarun, how to apply for an exam. I was dropped out. So Tarun, will just give me 2 minutes to answer the question of a Rupam, and I'll let you know how we can book an exam. Right. So when you register for an exam, right, you get that candidate ID. So if I click on the account, you can see this is my email address. Right. So you provide one communication email address through which the communication goes on, and one email address to which the email, the certificate should be associated. That you can write. Okay.
Okay.
So you can see how email preference is saying. That you can specify a single email ID with which the account is associated there.
In this case, only single email ID I can use for one
Exactly.
account.
Yeah, for communication, only one is there.
Oh, no,
To which
in
it will be
Microsoft,
So if you want-
Azure case, I can use 3 or 4 account ID. As of that time, trainer, he was saying that thing.
You can use 3 or 4 email IDs to register for an exam, like that.
No. My question is, if, he was saying that if I am resigning, but my certificate would go on. That was my question.
So what you can do in that case, if a Spock allows you register from your personal email ID, and in the APN you have an option to register your additional email ID through which you can associate your certificates. So that feature you have in the APN network, admin can help you out with that.
Okay.
Right? Your APN administrator can help you out with that.
Okay. Thank you.
For Salesforce exam, we can use our Gmail ID, means our personal ID, and company is providing the voucher. So I think for AWS as well, they will do same.
So see, Ganeshwar, it can be done, cannot be done. I am not the right authority to say that it will be done. It is on the spot.
Yeah,
It
I'm
can be
just
done.
answering
It
for
can be
Rupam.
done. You can register an exam from your personal email ID, and you can associate a certificate to the APNs as well. This is a possibility. But is your organization is doing it or not? It's their decision there. As you said, for Salesforce, they have allowed. Maybe they will allow for this exam as well. Confirmation is right from the spot on your side. Okay, Ganeshwar?
Yeah, Kamlesh. Yeah.
So, and Tarun, I think you asked how to apply for an exam, right? So go to a site which is aws.training. I'll quickly repeat that for you once more. Go to the site aws.training. Once you go to that site, you have a certification tab. Click on that particular tab. It will take you to the cert metrics page. And in this work metrics page, if you have a AWS account already associated, it will take you all, it will ask you to fill up the information. And once you land on this page, once you fill up the information related to